6-pounder in there, and it's game, set, match. But for now, Bank Shaw, Chad Mrazek, potentially Cal Lane have their opportunity. The finishes this year for Bank Shaw in surging to the top of the Angler of the Year race. Of course, the win most recently at Pickwick. He was 8th at Smith Lake, 9th at Lake Hartwell, and he began the season with a 3rd-place finish on the Kissimmee chain. Ryan Armstrong was the winner of that event, and Bank Shaw signaled that he would be a force to contend with by finishing 3rd. Top 10 in each of the previous 4 stops.
No, those years.
And it's almost 100% certain that he's going to finish in the top 10 again here today. Keith Poche. Lead was 3 pounds and 1 ounce to start the day. It's estimated to be about 2.5 pounds now.
I'm barely alive. I'm holding on, trying to catch as much as I can catch. I hadn't made it to the pond. I wanted to give the mouth a little bit of a rest. There was some fish there this morning. Missed one. I don't know, it felt good, but I don't know. Never know. So I caught my biggest fish right through here yesterday. It's got a couple of deep channels. I'm just bank swing, just seeing if I could pick something off. Another good one. Fish it slow. But they're around, man. They're around. I got to get lucky and get connect with one or two of those big ones.
Keith Poche, estimated 12 pounds and 4 ounces. He knows how really delicate this time of the day can be. You heard him talking about wanting to give the mouth of his creek a little bit of a rest here, see if it can regenerate as that tide gets low and then heads towards slack tide, and then he'll give his pond a try. But by far the bulk of his damage has been done in this area, and in particular around the mouth of this creek. Keith, 5th place finish on the Kissimmee chain this year. He was 14th at Smith Lake. Runner-up in the Toyota Series Championship last year to Hayden Marbut. Nearly captured that one. But his lead was 3 pounds 14 ounces after day 1.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? Let's get a quick mic check. How am I sounding? Sorry about that. I am on puppy duty this morning, so I had to get her all settled in. Let me know how I sound right now. Probably should do this. I'm going to record this audio separately. That way it's available for everyone to hear.
But still, you know, he's going to have 20, 21 pounds, is Mrazek. And right now he's at 18.5 with a lot of fishing left. And still plenty of time for Poche to improve upon the 12-plus pounds that he has so far.
There's lots of room for improvement down there. Bank Shaw just got 13.1. He had 19 the first day.
And Cal Lane, who was closest to Poche to start the day, still has a fish available in his 5-fish limit.
Yeah.
Big stump right there.
Wouldn't you like to read a score tracker to Keith Poche right now?
Fish all around it.
They might have wised up to him. They're like, yeah, we know your tricks. We've seen you in here the last couple of days. We know what you're up to. You took some of our buddies out of here.
All right, guys, as always, what we're going to do real quick, we're going to do a tide chart update here. So just to kind of give you guys a heads up. So Chester James River is way up past Hopewell. Right now for the tide charts, what we have is absolute low tide this morning is at 9:02. Absolute low tide down near Hopewell is 7:33 a.m. Absolute low tide all the way up Shipyard, up Shipyard Landing, which is up in the Chickahominy River. The absolute low tide was super early this morning at 5:58 a.m. Absolute high tide up at Hopewell is going to be a little bit after noon. Absolute high tide up in the Chickahominy River is going to be pretty much right at noon. And then absolute high tide up at the Chester part of the James River, which is up above Hopewell, is going to be 1:30 to 8 o'clock. So that's some good information. Just to kind of give you guys a little heads up on what to be expecting as the day goes on. We're on a commercial break right now. Pretty crazy, honestly, when you look at what Keith Poche is doing. 23 pounds, 15 ounces day 1, 16 pounds, 2 ounces day 2, and then 12 pounds, 4 ounces right now that he has in the boat. Really leaving the door open, as has been said habitually. The next closest guy, Chad Marinsky with 49.12. Honestly, unless something crazy happens, I don't see that being beat. I really, somebody has to catch 20 plus pounds today to, I think, overtake them. Or let me know in the comment section below. Do you think it's going to take 20 plus pounds for somebody to win? Keith Poche, a lot of times I feel like when you're doing this shallow water skinny deal, can it last 3 days? Can it last 4 days? And I don't, this is a hot take by Tom here. I don't think that works very well in multi-day events. I think it's really, really hard to be the sneaky shallow water guy and have that work like the way he does it. Now, John Cox is an example. He fishes shallow, but he does classic meat and potatoes, early spring type of fishing, wacky worm, crankbait, swim jig, fishing docks, covering a lot of water, stuff that you could technically fish in a glass boat. Poche's claim to fame, I think, is jumping the beaver dams, getting into some skinny ponds, getting into some super sneaky areas. Now, can you have success doing that? Oh, absolutely. You can have success doing that. It's whether or not you can have success over 3 days or 4 days. He's done it in the past, but there's been a lot of times where he's had a great day 1, day 2, but then he drops off because the fish dry up. Getting a pond or a sneaky place that has enough quality fish for a 3 to 4 day event, that to me is is tough. It's really tough unless you have multiple places. And so you could tell, like, day 1, he found that sneaky juice and it dropped off the face of the earth. On day 2, really coming back to the mean, honestly, from all the locals I've talked to at 16 pounds. And then you look at what happened with what he's got right now with 12 pounds. He usually has had his damage done, as he said, super duper early in the morning. So it is interesting to see how much of this is the tide that's playing into it, that the tide has adjusted on him, or how much is it that, how much is it that he's just run out of fish and left the door open. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. Is it going to be one on just some boring, old, sneaky stuff that you see happen every single time on this river system? Or is it going to be won by a guy that gets his stuff together, a local? You're going down this chart right now. Let's see. We got a local hammer that I know. And I'm pretty sure, guys, Chaz Currington's going to be on the show tomorrow night for Monday Night Live. So spoiler warning there. But he has, let's see, he's got 2 fish in the live well right now. I would look out for him to possibly make a run. Knowing Chaz, he's going to go all or nothing. So he's going to catch an 18-pound bag, or, you know, he's going to blank. Who else do I think has a chance? Cal Lane, Dustin Smith. He was from day one. We talked about him. Mitch Crane would be a good one too. We got the Bass Cast. Heck yeah, we will be watching. Absolutely, boss. Super interesting stuff that we have going on right now. So be interesting to see kind of what happens this morning. We will be staying up in here watching this thing as it all unfolds. Oh, it looks like we are actually back to the action here.
Crane back out of semi-retirement, showing you that there's not much rust for our resident dentist here on the Invitational circuit. And we will see if Blake Hall can mount a late-day charge as he did on day number 2. Cal Lane started closest to the leader, Keith Poche, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to claim his first major national win. And there's so much at stake for Young Banks Hall, Angler of the Year, perhaps back-to-back wins on the Tackle Warehouse Invitational circuit if Keith Poche continues to struggle just a little bit as he has so far on this championship day. What a conclusion we could be in store for. A lead that was once 4 pounds just a couple of days ago is now only 2.5 pounds at Stop 5, presented by 7 Brew Coffee, James River.
Got a great comment here actually by LMBO Outlaw, which is they're using FS today too, so watch out. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to be going today. That's going to be interesting.
18.5 pounds. Big picture, though, he trailed by 8 pounds, 10 ounces to start the day. He's going to need 20, 21
Cal Lane
pounds,
is going to be is someone I'm looking forward to.
19.9 on opening day.
No doubt.
Honestly, though, to have a chance to win this, I think it's just the top 5, maybe the top, third place and second place to have a chance, unless somebody catches a 24-pound bag, which I just, what the hell's the chance of that? Also, guys, I'm going to be doing a call-in show as well if people want to be doing that too, so look forward to that.
We've seen so far in the first 3 hours of the morning here on the James River. Mitch Crane, it's really just all bonus for him. You talk about icing on the cake. I mean, he's got a successful dental practice. He gets to come out and hand-pick some events to fish, and when he picks them, he's generally good in them.
Yeah, and he said he has to finish in the
dental
top
practice.
3 just to,
he's fantastic with fish biology.
Family out on the road for a couple of weeks. He's been getting it done.
Yeah, we got the Bass Cast radio a lot. We're not using it to find fish, just structure. Also, guys, Brian, basscast.com. New podcast episode drops tomorrow morning. Also, he's going to be on, I think, Fox News, local news. He's going to be talking about what's going on in the Balkans and Iran and geopolitical politics. I'm just joking. He's going to be on talking about fishing and stuff. So stay tuned for that interview.
Big white chatterbait, big profile bait. Just bubba fishing them out there on the James River.
Blake Hall's had 2 of the most consistent days of anybody this week. 18.5 pounds opening day, 17.5 on day number 2. Slow start for him, but Rob, I think that's kind of been the way the first 2 days have gone as well.
Yeah, Blake Hall's been the first guy to earn a camera in the Chickahominy. Out of the Chickahominy, he's been in the lower end of the Chickahominy down there, almost at the James River, and you can see exactly where he's catching that fish behind him there on that point. There's current breaks formed by those islands, those weed islands right there. That's the money spot right there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, that's your new handle. Thank you, Roy. I really appreciate it. LMBO Outlaw. This is my handle, Thomas. I'm a new Patreon member. Roy Jones, thank you so much, guys. As you know, I got laid off my government job. I'm still looking for a job and all that stuff. But if it wasn't for Patreon, I wouldn't be able to pay my mortgage each month. You guys are quite literally keeping me from being homeless. So if you guys want to go over to Patreon, it's $6 a month. It's $65. You get 10% off if you want to pay for the year right up front. So $65 for the whole year. And you get 5% off your orders to an online tackle shop, Jake's Bait Tackle, online or in store. So many cool features. If you'd like to go over there and donate or just support us, tons of members-only content. Go check it out.
Drain outs, cooling ponds, industrial complexes, some of the drains that come out of the
Which
city,
kid is this?
Just the runoff water from rain. Anywhere water, that clear water's funneling into
Which
the
kid is this
James
they're talking?
River
Oh, Lane.
muddy
Okay,
water,
Lane.
traps all the bait and the minnows, and of course the bass are never far behind.
Bank Shaw continuing his excellent season on the Tackle Warehouse Invitational circuit. He's going to widen his lead in the Angler of the Year race. But can he take this thing home and win back-to-back on tour?
Yeah, I'm telling you, Banks Shaw is absolutely, he has got these fish's number, man. He knows what they want to eat before they want to know what they eat. He's served them up a couple different lures this week, had the dice going earlier this week, but he has saved dessert, shaking the minnow over their head for today. And he's unleashed the power of the minnow on James River fish, which they probably haven't seen many of those, and he knows that. And now he's starting to gain some momentum on the last day here.
Got a camera headed toward our unofficial second-place angler, Chad Mrazek, who is closing in on the leader, Keith Poche. What do you think of Keith's day so far, Rob?
He's been through the promised land stretches there. You know, he's been through the best areas that have produced his fish this week. He's now having to start, he's starting to make it up as he goes, which Keith can be very dangerous when it's time to make it up as you go. But the big question for Keith will be that pond this afternoon. He's been kind of saving that in his back pocket. That ditch leads to a backwater pond. He hasn't put a lot of pressure on it. Will that pond produce and come through for him with a couple 5-pounders to put this thing away?
Only 12 to 12.5 pounds so far for the leader by 3 pounds and 1 ounce coming into the day, Keith Poche. His lead is about 2.5 pounds over Chad Mrazek now. Welcome back inside the MLF Now studios with Rob Newell. I'm Chad McKee. So Keith Poche caught 23 pounds, 15 ounces on opening day. That is 3 pounds and 14 ounces better than any angler has done in an individual.
So what do you guys think right now? What do you think is going to be happening with everything that's going on? It's absolutely, with the live scope being a thing this morning, I just don't know who can actually catch him right now. That's what's so crazy is we have Keith Poche, we have Chad, we have Chad, and then we have Banks. Banks is 3 pounds behind. I really think it's only second or third place that can actually catch him, honestly. Like to be completely honest. Let's just see here. I got a question on Instagram. FYI, I would go in and out of the live coverage because you're not paying for it, but you're monetizing off of it. So yeah, a couple things. So one is because I'm talking about it and I'm clipping in and out with it, I am transforming the content. This is like live reaction that you do. Like so many people on YouTube and Twitch will do live reaction. Plus, I'm not monetizing it. I don't have ads on at all for this. If there are any ads, those are ads that YouTube is putting, but it's not stuff that I am. And this is day 3 and I haven't been flagged at all. So that's why I did it Friday just to beta test it to see if there would be any kind of issues. And so far there have been no issues. And so what I will do though is I will re-upload all 3 days and I'll clean out some of the audio because the biggest thing for the transformative content portion of it are actually the commercials, believe it or not. The thing that is going to get you dinged more than reacting to the fishing coverage is when they cut to commercial break, the music. For some reason, that is what they get mad about is, yeah, you can react to fish catches and stuff and pause and do the fish catches and things like that. But if they play those commercials, yep, we are going to smoke you for that. Absolutely smoke you for that. No idea why, but they do that. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, good comment. Let's see. We got another thing right here as well. Largemouth bass kayaking in a projectile. Absolutely, dude. We're also going to be opening up the phone lines. We're going to be doing some phone calls here too, probably at the top of the hour. So guys, you can just look for that as well. Let's get kind of right back to the action here. We got have the best bite. Let's take a look.
In the bottom of that pond, that he needs to see on forward-facing sonar to line up to make the perfect cast, to put the general in the brush pile and shake it. And if he can do that, he thinks he can get a couple of, 2 to 3 bites that are really big ones in the afternoon versus Bank Shaw's fish continue to get better. Does Chad Mrazek's fish continue to get better? We'll have to see. I think the tide switch, it's kind of switched up. It's all week long. It's been good in the morning, and now it looks like it's moving towards being good in the afternoon.
Richmond, Virginia, kind hosts this week for the Tackle Warehouse Invitational stage.
What's so crazy is the fact that it is like, because it's transformative content. If you guys are actually like into YouTube, like I am, where I listen to multiple different things, reaction, news, and stuff, you're allowed to kind of stream over news stuff as long as you're transforming it. Twitch is actually getting into some trouble with this because Twitch is interesting. So that the rule is fair use content. So if you are a Twitch streamer, what they will do sometimes is they'll play a movie and they will just watch the whole movie and not say anything. So at that point, you're not transforming the content, and you can get in trouble for that. Basically, how the rules are, as long as you're altering the content, how I pause it, and then we'll go through map studies, breakdowns like that, and I'll flip to the tide charts and stuff. I'm adding to it, and therefore I've transformed it into personal content of my own. Same reason, like I could react to a Randy Blockett video, and technically he can't do anything about it. It's fair game. And he could do the same thing to me. People could do the same thing and transform my stuff as well. Okay. And let me unmute it here and let's see what's going on. And when we thought we'd get a tournament and potential winner without scope, dang. Dude, hey, we might still be able to get that. We might still be able to get that. We don't, you just don't know.
Right now.
Gonna take it off screen here. And again, for all the new people that are listening in right now, here are the tide charts. Again, I am the only one apparently in the world that thinks tide charts are important. All right. He just caught one too. Let's bring that back up there.
So you have to run on through that whole period, that whole place in the river, and actually go below it where the water's running again.
I was just thinking in my head, man, I spent a lot of time on this dock to not get anything from it.
Very true, Andrew. Don't want to see FFS make the winner. I don't know if it can make the winner right now with the lead, because look at the weights. Like, I think day one we did see scope. I don't know. He's not using scope. So, and I think, like, what are you talking about with scope? Are you talking like a true scope event where he's on brush piles? I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I was just debating on going back down that stretch because those stripe were there. But I'm about to let you go. He said, yeah, you are, right back in his line, Will. Oh, we got him. All right. Well, I think I'm going to go back down it, man, because I'm telling you, those stripe being there, that's a good sign. And in practice,
we got LMDO Outlaw, great coverage showing these tide charts. Absolutely, dude. So while he's doing that, again, let me remove that there. So anyway, here are the tide charts. So up at the Chester River, or Chester James River, which is up above Hopewell, you can tell here that absolute low is right about now. So we're at dead nuts low. And so this is going to be a slack tide time. So this arc right here, guys, is actually a slack water tide, where in theory the water's not moving in or out. And then you have a one up here too at this crest here, which is also the water's not moving in or out. So it's, and then I don't know, the chick still might have a shallow, I don't know, they might have a better bite. As you can tell, everything's pushing to the right, the tide. So this wave, this crest of this wave is moving to the right on all the charts. which is really, really, really interesting.
Man, I wish this was every fish counts.
Mitch did that for a year, the Every Fish Counts format of the Bass Pro Tour. Had a solid season. In fact, he might still be
I
on
still
the
love
Bass
the
Pro
Every Fish
Tour
Counts
had he
format. I really,
decided
really
to
like that.
Go into
But that's just me. I know I'm in the minority.
Go back to Mississippi and
I caught that striper, then I had
just
another
be
one
a
stomping.
practicing dentist.
And that felt like a pretty good fish. I don't know if it was a striper or a largemouth, but it was a largemouth, and it was probably a pretty good one. Oh gosh, big bull right here. Get ready. Oh, come on. He was running bait on his own out here. He wasn't.
I'm going to say tidal water docks are some of the easiest docks to actually fish. They really, really are. You got so much height, as you can tell. It makes it really easy to get
Jimmy
baits
Dean
underneath.
sausage in the morning, Rob.
Oh wow, that's actually
Oh,
what is that, the headquarters of Jimmy Dean there?
Maybe that's where
He lives?
Jimmy Dean's residence is.
Oh.
with this guy, I have no idea if it's a big fish or if he's got his drag set for crappie.
Banks Shaw.
Help us a little bit. 2 3/4.
Has Shaw and Lane actually used a bait caster this whole weekend? Not knocking it, dude. I'm a Ferry One guy. Not knocking it though.
I wish I could be
I
as
am
organized.
a Ferry One guy for sure. But good lord.
And I can tell Bank Shaw's one of those type that it's everything has a
13 and a
place.
half.
Pretty boat. Dude, he's got a spare prop in there.
There we go.
LMBO Outlaw says, probably why Jacob Wheeler is not fishing this one because his strong suit is every fish counts. Plus, he's made so much money. I don't think he has to fish every tournament. That dude is. Hey, let's have a real talk here. Let me know in the comment section below. Is Jacob Wheeler right now one of the best anglers alive? I mean, Kevin Van Dam, we could talk about. I'm talking actively competing because Kevin Van Dam's technically retired. So I'm going to put that asterisk. Actively competing. And I will also say outside of that, like actively competing, I think he's one of the best anglers going right now. And I think there's an argument to be made, in my opinion. He is one of the best anglers, if not the best of all time, simply because he's won in every single format. He has won 5 fish. He has won catch, weigh, release 5 fish. He has won every fish counts. Any format, any type you put him in, he's successful. And to me, it's like if you have 2 Hall of Fame pitchers, but one only pitched in, let's say, the National League, but then you have one that was successful in the National League and the American League. I put that like a little bit ahead just because I could say like, yeah, this guy, no matter where you put him, he was dominant. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
With forward-facing sonar, Rob, anybody can see the picture under the water, but the really good ones can decipher the picture that they see and glean the
No
most
shit,
evidence from.
Sherlock. Thank you for the obvious.
Yep, and that's even a new one for me is teasing the bluegill so that they all come up and are and just the bluegill moving up gets the bass's attention. Like, wait, what are those little guys into over there?
Forward-facing sonar lets you see under the water, sees a picture under the water, but the great anglers understand the picture.
And it's just what it is. To be able to
The
manipulate
Basscast Radio. Oh yes, but
your
Dustin has won
offering
3 Red Crest
in a
cups.
way that-
Ooh, Dustin Connell's a
I mean,
good
he
one
literally said there
too.
was
I
10
like that.
bluegill over there,
Yeah.
And I just kept like teasing them to get them to come up off the bottom and look at my lure, and then here comes the bass wanting to know what he's missing out on, and then I caught the bass.
Mm-hmm.
And then keeping it away from the small ones, I think in some other events, You guys have seen it, and we've seen it where stripers are involved. They will shake off stripers in order to let a largemouth, slower largemouth with the stripers get the bait. It's just, it's a whole nother level.
And how about catching one right near the home of the Country Music Hall of Famer and sausage icon, Jimmy Dean, the late Jimmy Dean, who passed away in 2010. His home right there near Richmond.
When Jimmy Dean died, did they just put a giant sausage as his tombstone? Just a big sausage? No, I guess he does the circle sausages, not the link sausages. Never mind.
Yeah. I like Jimmy Dean.
Because you're an American.
Thanks, Sean. Now about 13.5 pounds. So
That's what he said.
he's
Guys, would you like me to
within
do some more map
2
study
pounds,
today?
12 ounces of chasing down.
Let me know in the
leader
comment section below if you guys
2
let me do
days,
some map study.
Keith Poche. And so far this morning, Keith, 12 pounds.
Dude,
and
I
4
love
ounces.
Keith Poche's boat. Love or hate Keith Poche.
For now,
Sweet
able to
ass
hold off
rig.
Chad
I mean,
Mrazek
ugh.
and Banks Shaw.
I keep saying it. I love kayak fishing. So far I still own a bass boat, knock on wood. We'll see how long that lasts. But if I ever got a new one, I mean, if someone wanted to gift me Keith Poche's boat or any of the other boats, I wouldn't mind taking it. That thing is awesome. I think it's got a winch in the front too, which is pretty cool.
Today. I'll throw a drop shot if I
Oh
got
my
to.
God, he's throwing a drop shot.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Get a bite. Hope you get a bite. I mean, them suckers just disappear. When they're not up there, it's just, I mean, I see fish all there, but I mean, it's a lot of catfish. I guess they just get down there with them catfish and just mix with them.
He's now
I don't
moved
know.
into the pond, Chad.
But it don't,
There's no
he's on
current
other
in the
s-
pond.
He's going to the backside of
They
the
don't
pond
set up.
where the creek that
sure.
I'm looking to find some kind of landmark so I can find the pond.
all day long. Most of his damage has been in the ditch that leads to that pond. He's now gone into the pond and then gone to the top of the pond where another creek comes in. So that's the inflow for now on an outgoing tide. Of course, when the incoming comes, it'll all reverse. But this is sort of the moment of truth here, because he's in the pond. He's got some little brushies and stuff up here. He wanted to fish the top of this thing where the incoming creek played into it. In other words, I guess it's a long way of saying this is some of the water we have not seen him fish yet. And he's going to a drop shot, which is scary.
Why is that scary? Man can't throw a drop shot? That's depressing.
Good
Well,
look
that's
on
a-
the Phoenix
there's
Joint
a
Cam, and
good look at
exactly what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
There's the creek that comes in. And down below, behind him there, is where the creek goes out to the main river.
Now, a couple of things. First off, he has talked this week about when it's on low tide, really in his aluminum boat, he would be about the only angler in the field that could get in here. Does it get so low that he's in jeopardy of not being able, well, he's never really in jeopardy of not being able to get into or out of somewhere. But have others been in here at all this week when the tide gets a little bit higher?
No.
He's the only one.
He's the only one. I think there was another boat sort of headed that way on the first day as Keith was coming out, and Keith kind of said, "Hey, I've already wrangled 24 pounds out of here. You know, if you do me a favor and not get crazy." And the other angler conceded to that because the other angler had to wait for some water to get in there before he could get in there in his big boat. But there's a really good look at what's going on. That was a great look at that. McMichael had to fly that drone a long way in there to get there because, well, you can really see it on a low tide. That is a great shot. It's a pretty good ways from the main lake. And that's a great thing about McMichael with that drone. If you can't get there by boat, he can get there by air.
You can also see in the creek just how shallow in parts that is.
Found it.
Yeah, the creek goes back out towards the river the other way there.
All right, guys. So this is the, remember for our map studying here, this is 895. This is the 895 highway, 895 right there. Based on the topography and the drone footage they just shot, that's it right there. That's definitely it. There's the main river. Yeah, that's it. So he has taken this creek all the way up into this pond. So again, this is kind of like, I've been talking about this all day. With a pond like this, does the pond have enough fish for 3 days of competition? I don't know, man. I don't think so. I mean, is that thing replenishing, or is that just residential fish that are in there? I mean, how much are these fish actually being replenished in a pond this size? I have no idea, but you can tell. Again, we'll flip up the map a little bit right there. That's the look that they got from the drone shot there. Here's the creek, Cornelius Creek, all the way back down into there. Interesting. There's Party Cove. So sneaky, this stuff, man. So many sneaky spots. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, let me hit the present thing. Let's get back to what's going on.
.212 by Bank Shaw. Nobody else is closer than 6.5 pounds. Right now, it's just those three guys. 18 pounds, 5 ounces for Chad Mrazek today.
He's 2 pounds. I mean, Chad or Banks, I don't know if Lane can do it, honestly. Because he's
yesterday,
okay, he's got one more fish. So these
Chad
two here,
it's
going to be a little bit harder for them. I mean, if he catches like a 5 pounder,
you can tell he wasn't real thrilled
he'll be a pound
with it,
behind.
But, he said that
8
he's
pounds.
learned a lot at the
Carl Lane
Potomac
might actually be
River
the guy. I'm
with
going to put
scope
$20
that
on Carl Lane to win this
likes
thing.
to apply here.
Did I say Carl?
He's had some good
Cal
tournaments
Lane.
over there
I'm
on the
sorry.
Potomac.
Had a Joe
And
Biden
learning
moment.
how to
Apologies.
use,
Let me know in the comment section down below who do you think is actually going to win this bad boy. Guys,
really
and
works.
also, please, if you can hit that like button, it really helps me out in the algorithm. It helps promote it. All you gotta do is just hit that little like button if you're on Facebook or YouTube and subscribe.
He's
It really,
already
really,
about
really helps.
4 pounds better than anybody else on the water today is Mrazek.
That's incredible how you can see everything. You can see there's some kind of little rock vein right there in front of him.
Cool boat, though. I will keep saying this. Poche's boat is freaking wild. And we got LB John here that says,
in front of.
let's see, Poche probably has a chainsaw in that boat. Saw a podcast where he took that tank through a forest. He better have a spare prop with him. Yeah, I saw his YouTube channel. I think it's called Off the Grid. And yeah, he'll go into some wild places. And I think for one day events, 100%, this is super deadly to have a boat like that. But again, how often will doing this work in 3 to 4 days? I always think this is a nervous thing if you're just relying on a pond for 3 to 4 days to win an event. Oh, good. I have it muted. Music's playing. Cool stuff, guys. Really, really cool stuff right there. Again, so Keith Poche right now, he's sitting at a total, allegedly, of 52 pounds, 5 ounces. He's got 12 pounds, 4 ounces for 5. Chad has a total of 49.12. He has, again, 5 fish. He's got 18 pounds a day. He's got a banging bag. Chad is doing like 1909 day 1, 11:14 day 2, and then day 3 he's got 18:05. pretty solid. And then you can see Keith Poche, again, this is what I'm talking about here. 23.15, which is good. Amazing. 16.02 and then 12. So he's slowly bleeding down, whereas Chad has actually improved it. He had a dip and then he has a spike back up. Will somebody else have a 20-pound bag? Looking through everyone in the top 30, no one had a 20-pound bag day 2 at all. Let's see. We have a couple of 20-pound bags though day 1, which is fascinating to me as well. We got Dan here. Poche is the man. He'll figure it out for sure. Yeah, no, like kudos if he wins. I just get nervous from that strategy of trying to rely on a pond or a sneaky spot for 3 to 4 days. It's like, do you have enough fish to do that? Especially with the James, there are still a lot of 5+ pound fish in this body of water. There just is. As we talked about earlier, I think it was day 1 coverage or day 2 coverage. The F1 program was really started in it ended in 2016. The last F1 stocking tiger bass, if you want to call it, was in 2016. So we're approaching the 10-year anniversary of the last stocking. So if a fish was stocked and survived from 2016 till now, it's almost 10 years old. So that's getting up there to that 7+ pound range if it's still alive. And then let's say if it was 2 to 3 years older than that, it was stocked in 2015, 2014, 2013. That fish is well over 10 years old. And for a bass in this area, how long do they live for? Again, biologists could say, let's just say allegedly. Let's say allegedly the biologist says that fish lives 10 to 15 years up here. Let's just say that. Okay, well, that means that fish is definitely approaching the back end of its life. He's on the back 9 of the golf course, let's just say. And so any fish that was stocked in, let's say, 2010, they're gone. I'm going to be safing to say, like, there's not a lot of 20+-year-old largemouth that are still in the system. So that, to me, is interesting that since the stocking has been done, and I don't know if the Department of Wildlife Resources will ever stock the James River again of F1s, the longer we get away from 2016, and let's just use 2016 as an example, just because we're going to keep the math super duper easy here. We're going to keep the math super easy. If 2016 was the last stocking of F1s, every year you get away from that, there's a higher chance that those fish will die of old age. Spoiler to everyone listening, things die. So, yeah, I know, dark. But as we get farther away from that, we also need to conclude that we're going to lose a lot of those top end fish. So it will be interesting to see as the years go on what kind of weights the James River will continue to produce. Will there be a natural breeding cycle of bigger fish to replace it? I don't know. But right now, there are still some really nice fish. I believe Robertson has big fish of the tournament as of now with a 7-pounder. And actually, I could just click on my screen since I have 10 screens. Wouldn't that make it? Yeah. Michelle Robertson with a 7-pounder. Cody Pettit. I can't speak English. I'm like Joe Biden. He's got a 6.13. Interesting stuff there. I am going to be getting on some guests throughout the day, hopefully, just to kind of, I don't want to just do map study 4 days in a row. I feel like you guys should get bored with this. So I'm going to have on my next guest. He is a media sensation. He travels the world in a tent. The man, the myth, the legend, Brian. How are you doing today, sir? Can you hear me? Can Brian hear me? Brian? Apparently, Brian cannot hear me.
I got you now.
Oh, there he is.
I came out to the car because I figured I'd get inside the AC, but now our cars want to connect to everything, so I just said, to heck with it. So here we are. What's up, brother?
What up, man? Where are you right now?
I am about 25 minutes away from Osborne Boat Landing at a beautiful restaurant. I'm going to mention the name. It's not good for you. Let's just say that much.
How has it been down there?
Man, I'll tell you one thing. It's been a great week. I've only been here for, this will be my 3rd day, but it really has been a great last couple of days. Lots of fish catches, lots of long runs, lots of people staying close to, fishing the James. So it's been a mixed bag. If you want A good bag, you stay close. If you want the big bag, you make the run to the chick.
As always, guys, Basscast Radio here. It's interesting because, like you said, like usually the long run to the chick works. It seems like the chick has not been playing very well today. Guys, I'll be getting on. There are a couple of locals that want to come on the show later today, and usually around 11 to noon is dead fish catch wise. So I'm going to have more and more guests go on as the fish catching kind of wanes down here. But has anything surprised you at all?
Well, not really. I mean, it's usually, it's pretty much a summer pattern like it usually is down here. A lot of fish caught on a drop shot. That's pretty interesting right there. I talked to one angler yesterday. He had never thrown a drop shot before. So that was pretty cool. If you guys have checked out some of our videos that we've been recording the last couple of days and the interviews we've been doing. So, I mean, the frog, yes. We saw that play big on Smith Mountain Lake a couple of weeks ago. And chatterbait, that's been pretty much, the main three baits that I've been hearing a lot of the anglers have been catching them on. So we'll see. Keith did say, I know I heard you earlier, Keith was talking about his fish and not being able to find them, but Keith said it was a whole lot harder yesterday. I mean, day one, he just went down there and was done in like 3 hours. I mean, he was done, I think, 2.5. I mean, he had some fish dying on top of that. But, in 2.5 hours, he was done for the day. But
I didn't know that. He had some dead fish?
I think he had one that was dead.
Oh, wow.
Or they were in the process of passing away.
That's freaking wild, man. It's the thing that I'm nervous about with him. When you're playing with his strategy, I just get really worried. Like, does he have enough fish to actually last the whole tournament? And as you can tell by his weight slowly depleting and him and you confirming anecdotally that, hey, my bite's slowly disappearing, does this give another person a chance to sneak in, especially with these young guns? Scope is allowed today. It does allow you to pick up an extra fish here and there.
It really does. And, Keith was talking about this yesterday. He loves this place. He's done so well here. And I think you brought it up as well. He's had 2 great day 1s, day 2s, and then bombed day 3. So will this be his year?
Yeah. And a better football analogy is he does great for quarter 1, 2, and 3, but then he can't either stop the bleeding in the fourth quarter or whatever. But it's that finishing it, which is fascinating to me. Again, I think it's a cool style. I'd love his boat if anyone wants to give me his boat. But you just wonder, should he have something more of a backup plan on the main river? But no, interesting stuff. And then also, guys, if you don't know, Brian will also have an episode coming out tomorrow. Brian, you still there? Oop, I think we just lost Brian. All right, let's get back to the show here.
A lot of fish still. The tide's super, super low right now. So, I mean, it's not as good as I think it'll be later in the day. But they definitely are biting right now whenever I get around them. That's what it seems like anyway. I kind of quit throwing the minnow, and I'm back to throwing the drop shot.
Minnow and drop shot.
It does seem a little dirtier up here. That's kind of why I picked it back up. If I see a group of fish or something like that, I'll rotate it through there. But as far as looking for fish, we're going to keep this in our hand right now and just dissect these little areas we got. I mean, it doesn't take much to catch a couple big ones. There can be like one just tiny little stick up. So all we need to find is something small some fish have moved to or just got on.
All right, we got Dave Smith here with a good question, David Smith. Bag weights are up on the James and Chick over the past 5 years. It's due to the F1s or scoping or both. It'll be interesting to see if the bags stay the same once the last F1s die out. Yeah, exactly, Dave. Like 100%, the bags are up with the F1 program that has been produced over, I think, Dave, you could help me out here with this bad boy. I think it was 8 years of the F1 program. Again, I have an episode on it in the back. I just can't memorize every single person I've talked to. I do know the last stocking was in 2016. And again, so in 3 or 4 years, that means those fish are 11, 12 years old. And anything stocked before 2016 is going on 14, 15 years old. How long does a largemouth on average actually live in tidal water? You know, I mean, again, northerns technically live longer than southerns. We can do that for generic, but the point is, at some point, we're reaching the end of the life cycle for the F1 bass, which will be interesting to me. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. We got another guest coming on here at 10:30 to kind of talk about everything that is going on. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that. And again, is the F1 program the best thing to do? Until something else comes out that's cheaper to do, I think it's the best thing. But again, can you justify $100,000 plus per stocking to have a 2-pound bump in your weights? Smith Mountain Lake turned out. Smith Mountain Lake was amazing. All of those fish were beautiful, healthy. So many solid 4-pound bass. So many solid 4-pound bass were caught. But the price tag wasn't worth it. And if you're a government agency, I can see where they're debating is like, this is a lot of money we're spending. That it's not like, let's say you put that same money. Let's say you put, I don't know, let me pull the number out of my ass. Let's say you spent $200,000 on fish or putting in a brand new marina. If you put that money into, let's say, a marina, once you spend that money, that marina's there. It's set. It's good to go. If you put that into the F1 program, you have to keep that up because eventually it'll die off. So it is interesting with that. And then, yeah, we got a life expectancy is between 10 to 15 years. Absolutely. So, you know, if you want to do that, let's go 20, 28 minus 15. So yeah, so by 2030, we're approaching the end of the life cycle there. I know I kind of lost Brian there. Let me see if I can get Brian back real quick. See if Brian wants to come back on. But yeah, interesting stuff with that. We're starting to also reach, guys, as you can tell right here. Whoops, sorry. Let me stop sharing my screen. Let's get up to here. Again, up above Hopewell, it's absolute low tide is really now. Like absolute low right now. So if you are up in the middle part, this is going to be your worst day of fishing. You had to make hay now. Again, what I think is interesting here too, the people that actually stayed up above Hopewell, you can tell that you're getting that low tide bite. So if you guys prefer fishing a outgoing tide, today you could actually catch an outgoing tide if you fished above Hopewell. If you guys remember the last 2 live streams that I did, it was really, really hard to catch that bite because of when that window was. Now you can catch it. But now the date with the devil is if you're going to lock in right there, look at how much dead time that you're going to have right now. Like all of this right here, absolute slack tide is going to be dead unless you're fishing a water treatment facility, a culvert, something that's going to generate current. And then you're going to have another bite here around, probably 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, probably right up above here, probably. Let's go to Hopewell. Same thing. You're going to have you still might have a nice little morning bite too around the Appomattox River as well. But then again here, you're going to have all this dead time approaching right now. It's fascinating stuff to kind of see what happens going forward with this. I'm going to get to all your questions here soon. Let me see if we got some stuff on the old Instagram as well. Alrighty here. Perfect. All right, cool. All right. Sorry, guys. Having a little bit let's just remove that. Perfect. And we got a couple more questions here that we're going to get to as well. So fear not. We're going to get to all of your questions. I'm just trying to get some stuff figured out on the back end right here. Live video feed. Public. Next. Oh, my stream key was invalid. What are you talking about? God, I hate StreamYards. Again, guys, we have Blake Miles coming on at 10:30, local guy, but we got Brian back on. Let's see, third time's a
Sorry
charm.
about
Brian.
that. Holy cow. I had to switch to Google, and I had to come inside. So
God bless
here
the
we are.
internet.
Yes, bless the internet. When you're traveling, that's what sucks. Thank God for Starlink, right?
Amen. Dude, you got a busy beat coming up. First off, what episode of the show do you have coming out tomorrow?
Okay, so tomorrow, guys, just a conversation, me, you, and Geekad, man. I mean, we just kind of went through the loop on that one and discussed a whole lot of stuff that's happening in the world of bass fishing. And then next weekend, we'll be on the Potomac covering the big boys. So I mean, you get to hang out, hopefully. So it's going to be a great week ahead.
Yep. I guess that's the spoiler warning here. BPT, the Major League Fishing's highest level, is coming to the Tidal Potomac River coming up. I believe it starts Thursday through Friday as well. So that's going to be fun. More tidal water fishing, which is Virginia and the surrounding Virginia area has gotten a lot of love this year. Smith Mountain Lake, James River, Potomac, and of course, if you want to say Albemarle Sound, everything in our generic area has gotten a lot of love.
I told everybody, guys, and you've heard me on the show, and I've preached it many, many times. If you want to meet professional anglers in 2025, this was the year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can't get no closer to where we live. I mean, Thomas, like I said, they're coming up your way. Bassmaster was like 2 hours from my house. Major League, their little all-star event was on Smith Mountain Lake. So, I mean, it was a great year for bass fishing if you want to meet pros.
When are you going to be heading up to the Potomac River?
What's that? I missed part
When
of
are
it.
you going to be heading up to the Potomac River?
I am coming up Saturday morning. If I remember correctly, it goes through Sunday. So I will be heading up Saturday.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, dude, I'm really excited for that. Oh, we are hooked up here.
Please be her. I can't tell which one got it.
Guys, this dude right here is on fire.
I know.
Which one got it?
No,
That means he
probably
was
helped them.
watching two of them.
I mean, it is interesting because I know there's a big thing about the scope deal here, but in general, I think we also need to appreciate that if you went to the Tackle Warehouse today, based just off of the baits thrown during the James River event, only if the baits were sold during the James River event, I don't think the minnow's in the top 2 or 3.
No.
It's the drop shot, Brian. It's the chatterbait. It's things like that.
Yes.
Yes, the minnow played, but it's not the big killer.
The frog?
Yep.
Yeah, no, the minnow is not the big killer out here this weekend. Like you said, the drop shot, the frog, and chatterbait. So, I mean, don't run out and buy them all up at one time at Bass Pro this weekend.
No, don't do that at all.
But a lot of guys that fish this body of water, they know what the heck's going on.
Yeah. And there's an interesting thing there, Brian, with what happened when the BPT was here last year. Yes, there was a lot of people fishing brush piles and doing the whole jigging minnow thing, but Skeet Reese won it, and he was throwing a crankbait. So I'm a big proprietor of the fact that if you go to a home run ballpark, don't be shocked when the pitching sucks. If you go to lakes that very much favor a person with a jigging minnow, don't be shocked when you have everyone in the top 5 throwing a jigging minnow. But when you go to places that have a frog bite, that have a flipping bite, it will mix it up. And I think the James River has kind of shown us at Albemarle Sound, all these places, like if you go to a balanced fishery, it's not just going to be one way of fishing that's going to dominate.
No. And, some of the anglers I did talk to were saying that they were kind of flipping the drop shot.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they're, pitching, flipping, however you want to say it. They weren't doing just a normal, throw off the edge of the boat. I see a fish. And like you were saying earlier about the forward-facing sonar, that was mainly just to find structure. They weren't really looking for fish. They were concentrating, using a lot for structure finding.
Mm-hmm.
And finding brush piles.
I agree. No, I 100% agree. And it's interesting with the I got to really think about, we got Poche hooked up.
Mm.
All right. Little
with
there's a dink.
non-helper.
Yeah, I'm worried about if I was Poche. I don't know if I would stay with the pond. Guys, let me know in the comments section down below. If you were Poche at this point, do you die doing what you've done the last few days, or die with the lady that brought you here, or would you call an audible and start fishing main lake, quote air quote main lake stuff, and just try to get something done and scramble?
Yeah,
Interesting.
you kind of wonder. He's old school, and he found this, and I guess he just decided it's going to be all or nothing. I mean, at this point, what has he got to lose? I mean, besides $80,000.
Yeah, he's not hurting for the money either.
No.
On Instagram here,
But this would be a great win. This would be a great win for him, though.
Yes, it would be. It really would be. We got Hoffman on Instagram. Again, guys, I cannot share your comments on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. I can. He says, if I was Keith, I would start scrambling. I would start looking at main river stuff. I don't need a lot of extra weight to hold down my win. Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
The problem is he can't come back this way. He's not going to upgrade if he comes back closer to the ramp, to the James. So, I mean, it's either that or, I'm not sure how close he is. I know he's making a long run, and a lot of the guys were making 60-mile runs. And, fuel's an issue too. So, I mean, it's a whole lot of stuff that plays into this. That's what, if you guys listen to the Martin Vila video that I did yesterday with him after making his big comeback, day one, when everybody's making that long run down to the Chick, there was a power outage at one of the big gas stations that a lot of people stop at on the water, and nobody could get fuel. And so they had to go further to get fuel, and then it's like, well, we wouldn't be able to make it back. So it's it's one of the things where they couldn't really run or make the long run that they wanted to.
That's the juice, guys. That's juice from Brian on the ground. And you guys, you can also tell here for with Keith Poche is fishing right now. You can see the current starting to move here. He finally found the current. Tidal water fisheries current is God. There's a certain point in that tide movement when the current is at just that perfect sweet spot where the fish will start to chew. He's caught, I think, about 4 fish as Brian and I have been talking. They were all look like they're 6 inches long, but he's caught a nice little group of them right here. So
that was a mix. If you heard some of the English talk yesterday, it was a big mix of like in the low tide, because a lot of the fish were coming, guys. The fish were coming out of like up to my knee, maybe 2 feet or less of water. Most of the giant fish were coming out of. So they were really liking it low tide, and as David Dudley says, his forward-facing sunglasses were helping a lot, and they're probably seeing a lot of these fish.
But will it be enough? I don't know. I do not know. Again, guys, if you look at it right now, we'll scroll down here. Let's see. The only one that's interesting to me, asterisk, Cal Lane only has 4 fish for 8 pounds, and he is 6 pounds behind. So it wouldn't take much for him to jump up. If he catches 2 4-pounders, he's in the lead. So I
talked to one of the locals yesterday, and this local's done really well on the river. And he was hoping that, we would see a 20-pound bag because they like the hot water. And, that's why, the BFL will be there in 3 weeks, Piedmont and Shenandoah. And, it's usually a great time on the river, and you guys see some great weights. But I think this time the tide just hasn't cooperated, and that's been kind of the issue, as you're showing the tide charts right there.
Yeah, again, guys, let me actually try to do this here because I delete the screen and I'll pull our faces off. Again, guys, and this was weird. I'm the only person to actually, this is an important part of the game chart. So Shipyard Landing, that's all the way up inside the Chickahominy River, Hopewell, and then above. So from left to right, upriver, downriver, you finally, if you stay close to the ramp, get a low tide bite. But then you see these crests of the waves. That's what is called slack water. Water does not move like at all. So it's really hard to get a bite unless maybe you're fishing a culvert or there's something pushing water out. For people that fish the Potomac, that's kind of like Blue Plains or the water treatment facilities up near DC where they push clean water out into it and it creates artificial current. The wave is going left to right. So if you think of this thing undulating back and forth, as we go on to, let's say, Monday or Tuesday, the crest of this wave is going to be pushing more towards 4, 6, 8 o'clock. And because of that, if you were running down to the Chick and weigh-ins at, let's say, 2 o'clock, it was really hard to get that low water bite or that tide coming out. So it's an interesting strategy here that if you did stay close to the ramp this morning, at least, water was still pushing out and you had a chance to really get fat in a hurry in the morning. But as you can see with the dot right here, we're at dead nuts low tide near Osborne, and it's slowly starting to fill back in as we get towards noon. So I suspect that we're going to see some more fish bites here or fish catches here, probably around 12:30, 1 o'clock if you stayed near Osborne or upriver. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, like I said, the bite's been good down around Osborne, but and Cal is down that way. I mean, he's right around the corner from the ramp. So I mean, but it just hasn't been that giant, that 5 and 6 pounders that you need to really win this event. It's consistent fish, just not consistent winning fish.
Yeah, and if you can look, there was no 20-pound bag caught yesterday. I think the biggest one of the top 30, again, I'm just looking at the top 30. The biggest bag was 18 pounds by Cody. Let me make sure I'm not BSing. Yeah. So 18 pounds was the biggest bag. There was two other 20-pound bags caught in the top 30 minus Keith Poche's overall in the event. So that means so there's 3 total bags that are over or 20 pounds or over. Will we get a 20-pound bag today? Will it take a 20-pound bag to? Will it take a 20-pound bag, Brian, to beat Keith Poche though?
Yes, it's going to take a 20-pound bag, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that. Again, guys, we're now on the old commercial break, which that's the weirdest thing. That's that they don't like me showing the commercials for some reason. So we'll just kick that off there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Again. That whole thing you're doing with the news media, can we promote that thing? Do we know when that's going to go viral yet?
I do not know exactly when. I have a feeling I was told about 2 to 3 weeks after recording. So it probably I'm hoping after like the July 4th week, because I know it's a big week. People are traveling and gone. So, but yeah, it's going to be across many different networks. Fox 2127 in Virginia was with me yesterday and doing some reporting, and you probably saw he's in one of the photos and some of the interviews. But yeah, so it's pretty cool to promote what we've been doing here and the projects we've been working on at the basscast.com. So thank you guys.
Awesome stuff. Now, are you going to be live at the weigh-in today, or are you heading back up the road?
No, I'm heading back to the weigh-in here in a little bit. I'm going to go upload our show for tomorrow, and for our Patreon members, you're going to get the show today. And I'm going to get all that done. I'm going to find a place to work that actually has real internet. And and then we're going to the weigh-in. We're here, man. We're here for the whole daggone thing till the end. We'll have a bunch of interviews on our Facebook page, thebasscast.com. And I always kind of save the winning interview for the website, kind of drive some traffic to the website. So check it out. Also, you guys don't know, hopefully you guys know or don't know by now, Brian Brasher is a part of the basscast.com now. He came from Bassmaster, and he wrote a story about summertime fishing on when it's crowded, when it likes crazy. So it's some great tips from Bernie Schultz about that, and it's on the basscast.com right now. You can go check it out. So we're happy to have him. Bruce Callis is another one of our writers, and Connor, I can't think right now. It's a bunch more. But yeah, it's so much going on. It really is. And I'm just excited to be here. I ain't gonna lie.
Yep. And I can't wait. I will, I'll see you for our episode this week, but I will see you at some point this weekend for everything that's going on. I know, knock on wood, I will definitely be there for the last day. And then I'll probably be there I don't know if I'm going to be there on Thursday or not. I'm going to be there at least 2 days. I just got to figure out which day since I have a fishing tournament on Saturday. But
I would go up on Friday, but something about going to the Potomac River, there's always construction. Yeah. There's always so much work happening up that way. And I don't get off until like 10. I won't make it to weigh-in. So it's no need spending the night. I'm just going to stay at the house and ride up Saturday and Sunday, stay Sunday night and hang out with you. So
There you have it, guys. All right, Brian, thank you so much for coming on, dude. And
Thank you, brother.
We'll guys, go check out his coverage. He's going to be at the weigh-in today. It's going to be a really, really, really good time there. Brian Basscast Radio. So we have another guest that's going to be coming on here shortly. I'm going to get through some of these messages here. Let's first show off the old tide charts again. And I'm going to have this guy come on. Hopefully he can still come on. And we're going to talk about what's going on with the tide charts. David Smith said, money is better spent on restocking bass when we have June floods than on walleye and other species that people don't really fish for. Ooh, that's a hot take that everyone hates walleye. Wow, dude. Shots fired with that one. All right, let's pull this thing back up here and let's take a look and see what's going on in the old fishing world.
Piece of the pie as they can get this week. Total purse is going to be about $443,000. Plus, you get the valuable points in the Fishing Clash Angler of the Year race. So, Rob, what is also at stake? Not just winning Angler of the Year, which is going to go to Bank Shaw.
Yep.
Bass Pro Tour invites as well, but also qualifying for our season-ending championship event. The way that it's going to work is tournament winners, you don't automatically go to the championship event, but it'll be 1/3 of the average field will be the field size for that championship event on the upper Mississippi River. So kind of what the average number of competitors is. 1/3 of that is how many guys will qualify for a championship event. And here's a look at what's at stake this week. 80 grand plus the potential of a $35,000 Phoenix Boats bonus. If Bank Shaw could get up there and win, he'd win $115,000 like he did in Pickwick.
Again.
That's right.
That would also make Bank Shaw a two-time back-to-back winner like LeBrun did, right?
Nick LeBrun did do that, and one of the back-to-back wins Nick LeBrun had was here at the James River. He also won at Guntersville back in that 2022 season that he had. Here's a look at our unofficial top 10. So let's big picture it for everybody, Rob. First off, Mrazek is within 2 pounds 9 ounces, but he was 8 pounds 10 ounces behind Poche to start the day. If Poche stayed at 12.4, Bank Shaw would need a day of about, he'd have to get 20 pounds and 15 ounces is right on the number of what he would need.
Yep. His best day, 19 something, day one.
So possible, but that number would be the second best individual day that anybody's had all week if Mrazek could get there. Bank Shaw doesn't need that big of a day. Doesn't have to get over the 20-pound mark. He would need about 16 and a half for the day.
Oh, it's been a incredible season, that's for sure. I definitely wasn't expecting this. I mean, like I've said before, I was kind of unsure about even fishing this, or like fishing a pro circuit this year, because I mean, I'm still in college. It's definitely a big commitment, and I kind of just trusted myself, and I definitely did not expect having a year like this, but it's kind of one of those things where just everything goes right. Like, you can't really do anything wrong. I mean, it's what's crazy about it is, I mean, like, I've still fished college, so I mean, I've had like other tournaments in between these and everything like that, and I've had like bad tournaments in between, and it seems like every one of these I can just figure something out in, which is definitely a good thing. Year's definitely been unbelievable. I never did expect to do this good. I mean, I just kind of had that mindset, like, I mean, there's some way I could qualify for the VPT, and I just figured I would try it and see what I could do. I mean, fishing college tournaments, this is definitely a little easier than fishing college tournaments. I mean, you have 250 boats out there, and those kids are really, really good. So, I mean, to be able to find fish in like a 250 boat field, and you get in these and it's like 90 to 120 boats, it makes it a lot more simple. I mean, usually like in a college tournament, I mean, you pretty much have to find something off the beaten path every time to compete with those guys, and just doing that for the past couple years has prepared me for this, and the year I've had is definitely unbelievable. It'll be a hard one to top, but I want to keep it going, that's for sure. Keep the momentum rolling. Just pulled up to my magical dock this week. Caught.
Can you guys hear him okay?
I
Talking?
weighed in like 3 or 4 right here at least, and I mean I'm seeing big ones right here. They're actually kind of harder to catch. It's probably just because I've pressured them so much, but I mean it's almost every cast they get so close to biting. Any one of these throws right here could be a big one. Like first cast now, I had one that come up on it. I mean, it looked like it was at least a 3-pounder, I would say. It was definitely a good one. It's definitely going to be one of those places where I'm going to hit multiple times today, because I mean, it's just a timing deal. Like you'll pull up here and catch 3 or 4 of them off of it. We're just living on it.
Thank you, Roy.
I'll tell you another thing that's improved with Banks Shaw since Kissimmee is his poise and kind of his his media presence in terms of communication. I remember, and this is just common that when young guys first get out there, they're shy, they don't want to talk a lot. There's just there's a lot of people with a lot of questions and.
Got an interesting thing on Instagram from Bruce. Says there will be at least one 20-pound bag today. Yeah, possibly.
Giving up a little,
I think the tie was definitely off
secret,
yesterday.
But giving up a little juice to keep you interested. I mean, like that brim thing that he just talked about was really fascinating to me. And I've had some more conversations with him at night, and he's gotten a little bit more, I don't know, just not as... not as tight-lipped, and you see that's an evolution you'll see with guys that, especially young guys, they first come in the sport, they're just introverted, very shy, don't want to shake the boat or say.
I'm gonna mute him real quick because there's an interesting question here on Instagram. Where he's fishing right now, it looks like the current is ripping, so that could be the current, but it also looks like it's wind. And that's an interesting thing that we can talk to with our local that I have on in the back is about the wind, because you can have wind blowing one direction, but the tide going the absolutely other direction, and that could be a pro or a con. And so let's get this guy on, the man, the myth, the legend. Blake, can you hear me?
What's up?
Hey, boss man. Interesting event so far.
Yeah, it's been a little more upriver dominated than I thought it was going to be, but yeah, it's been good.
Interesting question here that we had come across Instagram was looking at the screen right now with the individual that's on. I think this is wind activity, not just the current ripping. Do you think there's a pro or a negative when you have wind and tide either going with each other or against each other?
I think going with doesn't ever hurt, but going against each other definitely can hurt. I'm trying to zoom in and see what he's got. It looks like it's just wind either blowing against the current and creating a bigger ripple than normal, or what's the tide doing right now? Because I can tell you. And that's let's remove the screen right here, and boom. So we got Chester to the far left, Hopewell dead center, and then Shipyard Landing on the far right. Yeah, I mean, he's closest to like Chester there. So I think he was facing.
There's smokestacks in front of him.
Yeah, he was facing downriver. So yeah, it's wind blowing with the current right there. I mean, that helps. Obviously, it's slack low, so it's not doing much. But it's weird because I'm not too far from there, and it's not windy here.
Interesting. Something before I want to get your take just on the tournament in general is just to go through the tide stuff for people that don't know, because I'm kind of a little shocked with the coverage. Like they're not talking about this at all correctly. With a high tide, generally speaking, is it best at the beginning of the high tide or the ending of the high tide? And then we'll talk about low tide too.
I mean, the biggest thing for me, whether I'm on the Potomac, James, is I want moving water. And then like the James is definitely a lot more spot oriented than say the Potomac, where like you may have a spot that's good on high outgoing and another spot that's good on mid-tide incoming, and like that's more of like a local thing. These guys dial that in over a week though, that they're like, oh, I'm getting bit here when the tide's at, you know, between 1.5 and 2.0 outgoing, you know, so they kind of will dial in. These guys are the best, or some of the best in the world, so they'll definitely dial that in.
Yeah, because I know that's something that a lot of people get really nervous with. And again, guys, just generically speaking, low tide, it's going to pull stuff out of a creek. It's going to be cleaner water. High tide, it's going to flush it. So if you're fishing a spatterdock field, random example, that high tide will push a lot of water underneath that, and the fish will disperse there. So that's why normally when you hear presentations, 101 is low tide is easier for a green angler because it concentrates the fish.
Yeah, but like a lot of these guys that I've seen down in the Chick, they're liking that high outgoing water because it's pulling the fish out to the edge of that grass and that spatterdock.
During a high tide, or are you talking about when it's pulling out?
A high outgoing, so like right after it peaks and starts pulling out.
Gotcha.
Those fish are not dumb. They know when it starts pulling out, they get out to the edges because that's where the food's going to be.
And I think that's the interesting thing about this is where the local knowledge comes in, because if you have never dealt with tides before, you would assume like, okay, this is when the tide should start pulling, therefore I should be there right then. But just because you have a tide chart doesn't mean that's how the conditions will play. And I think that messes a lot of people up, that if you get there, the water has to be doing what it's supposed to be doing, or the fish aren't going to set up. It doesn't matter what the map says, because the wind can affect it, the moon can affect it. Just for some reason, the damn tide just decides not to pull out when you say so. And all those conditions, all those variables favor locals like you who kind of know what's going on.
Yeah, but even then, like the wind is such a weird variable, because like you can't look at the wind forecast for Richmond to know how it's going to affect the tide. You got to look at like Norfolk basically to see what it's going to do at the mouth of the river. Because if it's a little bit of wind around Richmond, doesn't really affect the tide too much.
There you have it, guys. Yeah. I mean, but again, that's something that unless you know, you don't know to look at. If you were a lake guy, I think it's a little bit straightforward.
The coolest thing I've seen, like obviously he's not doing anything special, but this Mitch Crane, he's just oversimplifying it. Like he did the same thing last time they were here. He went down, he fished these docks at the mouth of the Chick. He fishes them through all the tide cycles and just kind of lives there. Like that's something that I think a lot of us need to do more of, but it's very interesting because like a lot of people don't do that on the river.
It seems like the more experience you get on a river, the more you want to try to do the milk run. And I assume the milk run is like a home run hitter. You are either going to hit a home run or you're going to strike out, versus these guys that come out of town that are like, hey, listen, I just don't want to suck. And they camp in an area, like you said, fishing through the whole tide swing. And they probably won't strike out, but they might not hit a home run. They'll just have a solid finish. And I feel like over a multi-day event, that's a lot of times the best strategy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I did that paralyzed veterans thing yesterday, so
Good clarity,
I kind of just tried to
it's got a little bit of stain. The clarity's not awful, but I think it helps them key in on that. Just a little spike it. Only got 11 pounds, but we got a lot of time. Just need that 4 or 5 pound bite out here on these big pilings. I had them thrown at that piling, I don't know, 5 or 6 times with no bites, and I finally come by at the angle he wanted it.
Yep.
I reckon, and he ate it, thankfully. He didn't have it real good, but
that's huge. And this, Blake, goes to what you said. If you stay in an area all day, I feel like it's a lot easier to figure out the right angles, the best angles to fish, versus if you just try to hit it for 5 minutes and leave.
Yeah, 100%. You get the more time you spend in an area, the better dialed in you get.
Yeah, and it's like you said, it's simple stuff, but we sometimes tend to overlook it. Personally, I grew up on the Potomac, dabbled in the James. Really shocked with all the coverage I've watched. The amount of culverts, poop pipes, and shit that people were fishing all week as a primary pattern. Is that normal?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep, that's been a thing for a while. I mean, this time of year, if you got a tournament out of Osborne, it's normally a boat race to the main ones right there around the ramp.
That's interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where like there's a couple of them by the ramp that like all of us pretty much. I think everybody I know that fishes the river basically says if there's nobody on it and you're riding past, you got to stop and make a few casts.
What do you think with Poche's strategy? Because the idea with him and what his bread and butter is going to find these sneaky places, the pond. I know there's some interesting conversations about where he fishes and stuff, but just from a strategy standpoint, he cracked a great bag day one. If I was him, I would not be messing around with that today, knowing like it seems like he's bled that place dry. Would you stick doing what he does, or would you have made an adjustment?
I don't know what else he has. So like if he has some other stuff he found, then sure, but maybe he just didn't find anything else. I mean, every time we've come to the James, or they've come to the James, he's fished there. He's part of the reason that it's off limits and all the local stuff now. Like it's that's kind of his hole, so he's got more confidence in that spot than maybe anybody does in any spot in the world. So I don't necessarily fault him for trying to make it go down there. It got him there.
I'd like to see that Brandon Polinick. I remember last time, I think it was like when he won on Sandy Cooper a couple of years ago, and I was watching that final day, and he's like, yeah, all my stuff, it's all done. I have nothing else. So today I'm just going to go explore new water. And again, he has the brass nuts that weigh about 400 pounds that he could just say that to the camera, fish new water, find stuff and win. I just feel like in these multi-day tournaments, you have to have some of those balls to be like, yeah, this was great, but it's done. I have to go just explore.
I think it's also a difference in lakes and tidal places. Tidal places
True.
reload so much better. Like every tide cycle is like a whole new wave of fish will pull up. Yeah, you can beat on places, but one boat, I mean, he's probably beat on them a little bit. I just think that I'm sitting in my truck right now and it is 94 degrees. Like,
good God. I hope he's got one.
That changes the way fish bite.
That's a dink. Do you think that pond, though, that he's fishing can refill? I mean, it's the way I put it. Would it refill that quickly from day one to day three?
I think there's enough of a population of fish back there to where it
okay.
They just reset up on the same stuff. Like he's fishing that creek that goes into it now, and like the fish live all throughout that creek and pond. Like he didn't catch them all.
How deep is it where he is right now, if you had to speculate? I mean, are we talking 1.5 feet? If you can see.
It's not too shallow where he is.
Really?
I was trying to see exactly where he's at. No, his boat's probably sitting in 5 foot of water.
Oh, damn. Holy shit.
Or at least the trolling motor. It looks like the back of it's kind of on the bank. But it's got that creek, I mean, it's got some depth to it. There's one sandbar in there that is kind of the reason that only he can get there on low water. There's 2 sandbars in there that you got to get over on low water, and that's why he can get in there and nobody else can. But no, there's plenty of water in there.
It doesn't look
Especially
like there's much.
Now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, based on looking at the screen, that water is very stale. It is not moving at all right now, which I guess with the tide charts kind of makes sense.
Yep. He's right above that Chester marker. Now, the further you get up that creek, it's delayed more. There's like an offset. It's weird because it's such a choke point.
I keep saying this, and this tournament really clarified that to me. There is so many more sneaky spots on the James and the Potomac. It makes the Potomac seem so freaking boring after covering this event.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of little holes, and they only showed a couple. I mean, Facebook right now is pretty entertaining because everybody's just saying, oh, look, the off-limit spots are showing out. But, yeah, there's been some cool stuff on TV.
Was there anything that really stood out to you, anything that blew you away so far?
Oh, what's his name? Is he in second? Yeah, Marzek or Marzek.
Yeah.
Dude, he's minnowing. I mean, like, I know it's scope and minnow, and I shouldn't be surprised, but, like, he's minnowing in the Chickahominy. It's pretty awesome.
I think BPT guys did that last year, right?
A lot of them were drop shotting, but yeah. I mean, he's not just, but BPT, like, they weren't catching the bigs like he is. He's had the 2 days he's allowed to have scope. He's had, what does he have, 18 right now, and he had 20 the first day.
Yeah, he's got 18.
I think Brian did an interview with him. I think Brian did an interview with him after the first day, and it was like, he basically was like, yeah, I know how to catch him without scope, I think. He's like, but scope is like my main deal everywhere I go, was basically the gist of it. And I mean, it's showing. It's very impressive.
The one guy I would watch out for right now is Cal Lane. He only has 4 for 8 pounds. He's 6 pounds behind, so he catches 2 4-pounders. He's right back in it, which is interesting. He's the only guy in the top. Let me make sure. Yeah, he's the only guy in the top 10 that doesn't have a limit, and he's still where he is. So that's interesting to kind of look out after.
His only issue is that stuff he was on yesterday is places where there's only a few fish on them. And then all the other stuff he was running is community holes and has been just pounded for the last 2 days. That's his biggest issue.
It is interesting how much the community holes play in these events. I don't know. When you're a local, you get so dialed into tip of the spear stuff, and then that doesn't always play in these high level events. It's always blue plains. It's these community holes you see that have a lot of fish, because if you look at a map, it seems kind of obvious. Like, yeah, this is a good place to fish.
Yeah. I mean, the community holes play in the local stuff too on the James. I mean, been a lot of money made off those pipes.
Yeah, I was surprised by it. And the drop shot, dude. Like, I think you and I talked about this. Guys, go check out the preview show that Blake and I did earlier before this event. How much money has been won off the stupid shaky head and drop shot in tidal water? It's insane.
I mean, the dude I fished with growing up, he won a Elite 70 last year, pretty much all on a drop shot. Like, it plays a lot more than we give it credit for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, dude, the dude I fish with a lot throws it more than me, but we've made a lot of money because of him.
Oh God. What do you? I want to make sure we get this plugged before. I'm assuming you have actually responsibilities today too, so I don't want to have to keep you way longer than you need to be here. But your tournament, just for all the new people that are listening in, what do you have going on this year?
Yeah, we just opened up registration for the Virginia Tournament Champions. So we're kind of rolling there. Got a few people that have already paid, but the biggest thing is, like, if you've qualified for it, and qualifications are all over the website, but the gist of it is win a tournament over 40 boats in Virginia, or win an Angler of the Year in Virginia, or Team of the Year. And then you qualified, but if you register before the location's announced September 1st, then you will get, like, basically a prize pack, and the kind of marquee thing in the swag pack is a labor coupon to Propeller Dynamics. So $220 entry fee, then you get $150 of that back in labor. So that doesn't hurt. We all know how expensive boats are to maintain.
Yeah, amen to that.
Yeah. Have you sold your boat?
Not yet. Still trying. If you guys want to go check out my boat, you can. Because you guys know I got laid off, and the dog costs a lot. She had a $13,000 surgery, and they do not like to do payments. It's kind of all up front. So if I don't find a job, that thing is still for sale. So you can go check that out.
Yeah, it's a nice rig. I mean, it's loaded to the teeth for a good price.
Yeah, it's $20,000 or best offer for a Ranger boat, a Ranger 20-foot tournament VX. Really the good old school Ranger haul. You can go check that out on my Facebook page. Do you think anyone catches a 20-pound bag today?
No. Ooh. Maybe that scoper. Maybe the scoper.
Maybe Chad.
Okay. Mazurek or Marzik. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's literally going to be 100 degrees today, and they've been pounding that place for 2 days.
Yeah,
I was out there yesterday. They're biting, though.
Do you think Keith then holds on to it, or do you think somebody sneaks in and takes it from him?
What does Keith have?
Keith right now has 52 pounds. Chad has 49.12. Banks has 49.09. And Carl Lane has 45.15 with 4 fish.
What does Keith have today, though? Like 15?
12 pounds.
12? I mean, It's gonna be hard to catch him if he makes another cull, or does he even have 5 yet?
He's got 5.
Yeah, I mean, if he catches a 5-pounder, it's gonna be hard to get him. I mean,
Yeah, he
that
just hooked
helps
one.
him right there. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get him.
I don't think he will. No. It's a chump, but I don't think.
Hopefully he weighs it.
I think that tide bottomed out, and now it's kind of starting to come in.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot his live wells up front. That's so cool.
That's awesome.
I think it's going to be ounces. It's not going to be a lot.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's gonna be hard to catch him. He had I think I remembered us talking. I said it. Somebody's gonna have a low 20s bag and then some high teens to back it up. And I mean, he had a mid 20s bag, so he can kind of get away with a little bit today. He had another high teen day yesterday, or teens day yesterday. So.
No, you called it. You really did. He did exactly, like, literally to the blueprint of, he smoked a really good bag, and then it's just basically defend your lead the rest of the time. And it's kind of reminds me of some of these like Florida events where you see a guy catch 25 pounds and then he's just trying to run out the clock, catching just enough weight to kind of survive it, which again, I'm a little shocked that there weren't more like 20-pound bags caught day one, honestly. Again, that's just me not being a local. There was like 2 others, if I'm not mistaken. But again, you know,
that's pretty normal there this time of year. Sometimes you see one big bag, like a 24, 25, but not in solo tournaments. 23 and a half or whatever in a solo tournament is freaking whacking them.
So last thing I got to ask you, we had the dentist and the announcer say this. So the northern strain fish are on the north part of the river, the southern fish are on the southern part, and the southern fish are skinnier. Does that have to do with the race of the fish, or does that have to do with the cycle of the post spawn they're in?
I'm no scientist. I know that there's a lot of fish toted around that river, but I don't know. You told me that we haven't stocked in like 10 years, so I think it just has to do with what they're eating. I think that there's a lot of shad in the James right now. There's not a lot of grass in the Chick, and so therefore the James fish are a little bit healthier.
Have you caught a bunch of skinny fish recently? I mean, like, they haven't talked about this, I think. What part of the post spawn are they in? Are they just out of the spawn phase, you think, or where are they?
So when we recorded, I would have said that they were fresh post spawn, but like I said, I did that paralyzed veterans thing yesterday, and I knew that these guys were out there, so I kind of just went to off the wall stupid stuff that was out of the way, like stuff that I fished like one spot I had ever fished before yesterday, and they're back in there. They're in their summer pattern by now. Okay. I mean, they're from what I saw. I mean, I didn't catch big ones, but granted, I was literally like at one point I looked down at my GPS and I was like, I don't have a clue where I am. But I mean, like they're doing their summer thing. It's pretty cool. So you'll start to see. I almost wish that there was a full field today and like more cameras, because I'm sure there were some guys doing some cool topwater stuff and not scoping. But yeah, I mean the river's showing out for sure.
So I mean, last thing. I keep saying one more thing, but how long does it take them to feed back up, in your opinion, after they spawn out?
I think we'll see in a local tournament 24, 25 by the end of July. I mean, I think soon. They're feeding right now. As soon as this water clears up too, it's gonna get really good.
That makes sense. That was kind of my hypothesis too. If they pushed this tournament to mid-July, I think the weights would have been a little bit better. So okay, that makes sense.
Maybe not throughout the board though, but the top end weights would have been higher. But like, there's a ton of little, like everybody in that PVA yesterday was saying like, yeah, we caught 30 fish today. I caught 15 fish today. I caught 20 fish today. Like a lot of fish are being caught. They're just not very big.
Wonder what's going on. Interesting.
But like if you notice, the leaders in this are not catching a lot of fish, and so that's kind of something to pick up on, that like those little ones group up a lot better than the big ones do right now.
That is an interesting thing that I'm starting to notice here, that the big ones definitely do not mingle with the small ones, which is I don't know if that's a James River thing or a Tidal thing, honestly.
Same way on the Potomac when I'm down there. I mean, every time I've been there, I've never caught a random 4 or 5 pounder amongst 2 pounders. Some people do, but I never have, not once.
There you have it,
get
guys.
like a random 3 something. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. No, go for it.
No, I'm good. I'm just
Are you
hanging
still?
out.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that are you still driving? I can't even tell in your background. I don't want you to die.
I'm in Sam's Club parking lot.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you're still willing to hang out, yeah, cool. I won't. But whenever you have to go, just let me know.
No, we're good.
Right now, guys, Cal Lane is actually, we're back with Cal Lane. Cal is surprising me here because, again, he's the only one that has 4 fish. So he catches 2 4-pounders. I mean, I believe he takes the lead. Though my math ain't great this morning.
Yeah, I think you're right. And he's doing big fish stuff, so.
Yeah, and it's just my vibe. When you watch a team, it's like in football where it's like you did great the first 3 quarters, but the 4th quarter, you can feel like they're not holding it up, they're bleeding. Watching Keith Poche right now, I just don't have that confidence in what he's running right now. It just, as the clock keeps ticking, he's not putting it away. He could still, but I don't know.
Plopper bite under some of these shady banks.
Dude, that
Where's
river
Chaz
is dirty.
Before.
Chaz is in 27th place right now. He's got, I don't know if he killed the guy in the boat or not, because it says he only has got 1 fish.
Oh, no, that just means he's running some crazy shit.
Couldn't get that plopper going the last 2 days. He said he was gonna scratch
He needed
it
25,
today.
really. Like
Throw something else down these
he's not going to
banks,
run
'cause
anything that he doesn't think has a 5-pounder on it.
Decent fish on a plopper in the last 2 days.
Which,
Did it a lot during
you know,
practice,
all
too.
the locals. Who is Chaz the best local in the top 30 right now? Quote, real local.
Scroll back down to the locals, or to the top 30. Haven't seen one yet.
Blake Smith, Matt Batt, Justin Cooper.
And I'm sure there's some guys that are from around here that just don't fish around here anymore, but as far as river rats, like, I think he might be the only one in the cut.
James River, stop 5.
Martin Villa. Yeah, I think you're right.
Martin Villa, I think he's from around here, but he's not like a James River rat.
And that kind of gets to, I guess, my question for you. Why is that the thing? Why is it he's the only river rat that made it? Would you suspect, if you were a gambling man, there'd be more local river rats that made it?
Well, the entry fee was $5,200. I bet there was only 5 or 6 that paid it.
That's also true.
Maybe not even that. I mean, that's a lot of money to put up for one event.
Yeah, it is. But again, $100,000 purse. I believe everyone. I forget who. What is the payout for the top 30?
Unless you're in a Phoenix.
That's stupid. Yeah, he gets a decent check for making the cut, right?
He'll get it. Yeah, I mean, he's made his money back at a minimum. And you know, the way he thinks, and it's not about like, especially now that he's got his money back, he's sending it. Like it's I mean, he's trying to win the tournament. He's not worried about $1,000.
In theory, could he like legitimately catch a 25-pound bag right now with the river the way it is? Or do you think it's like the high end would be like a 20-ish bag if he just smoked them?
Oh, 25's out there.
It is?
I mean,
okay.
You just got, I mean, like, I think of 2 years ago, but when Daniel and I won that cat, like, nobody was catching 20 high, and we caught like 24. And we had that at 10 o'clock and rode back. Like, if we were fishing for $100,000, we probably would have pushed it a little more. So I just, it's out there, but like, you got to land on him, and he's going to do everything he can to land on him. And I don't blame him. Try and win that thing.
Why do you think, because this has been brought up 1,000 times in the comment section, how are these rules set with what is off limits and what isn't? Because I've had people in my comment section, I've had people text me, you know, Keith Poche's fishing is not always allowed for local events, but FLW will, or Major League Fishing will allow that, but then the dam in the Chick is off limits.
So the dam at the Chick is a law. So like, I'm okay with that being off limits because it's a law. You can get a ticket for fishing the dam at the Chick. So therefore it should be off limits. You cannot get a ticket for fishing where Keith is unless you get out of the boat. So he should be allowed to fish there. Now he should not be allowed to get out on the bank unless of course storms, weather, you know, emergencies. But like there is the reason that things get put off limits in local tournaments is because the few ruin it for the many. People do stupid shit and it causes issues that then the tournament directors just say, screw it. I don't want that in my tournament. I don't want that drama. Nobody's allowed to go there. That's what it is. It's part of the reason that spot was able to put out 23. Because I can tell you that if it was not off limits with as many tournaments we've had on the river this year, it would have been pounded this year. So
we got David G87 on Instagram says, I've caught 25 pounds from the dam at the Chickahominy. Can't believe that place is off limits. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sure you posted that a little while ago, but that's why it's off limits. There's big fish there. There are, but yeah, that's a no.
No, I mean it's I've caught plenty of big fish there, and I mean Chaz was saying the other day, like or not Chaz, Jared was saying like, yeah, a lot of people don't know how to fish it. I don't know how to fish it that well, but I've definitely caught big ones there. And it's one of those things where technically it's illegal. Technically they can write you a ticket, but it's not really enforced unless you're being an idiot and getting out on the dam, which is what happened there. So like that is what it is. Bass still lets you fish the dam. So, I mean, MLF has some interesting rulings here. I mean, we've seen the guys casting into a private pond. Like that's like, and I was talking to somebody that was a camera boat for this event yesterday, and he said that like MLF literally told them that it was legal because there's a pipe that connects them, which is like that pipe is manually opened and closed to control the water level. It's no different than them opening and closing the dam to Bugs Island into Gaston. Like, you can't cast into another body of water, and you can get a ticket for transporting fish out of a private body of water to another body of water without permission. I don't think you're allowed to transport fish from one body of water to another. I don't think that's legal.
I think it might be sporty how this thing ends up, depending on who wins and then who protests, because all this stuff was done live on camera. It's public. It's in public domain. You guys can go check it out. It was there. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of what comes of that. As you guys can tell from sharing my screen,
the tournament's not gonna change their ruling. And I don't be consistent. Like, you can't blame the anglers. If the tournament director said go, then go. But
is that a law?
Like the legal side of it, I'm not smart enough to understand, but if the tournament director tells me I can do something and I think it's the best way I'm going to win the tournament, I can tell you I'm going to do it, because I've seen the game warden on the James River twice. And if my tournament director told me it was good, then I'm going to assume he checked with the game warden. That's what all these guys are thinking too. They don't have enough time to call the game warden every place they go. That's the tournament director's job.
Okay, guys. I'm sharing my screen right now. You have Cal Lane. He's back in his spot that we Google Earthed. I think it was yesterday. He's upriver at that flow. No currents moving though. You can tell right now it's absolutely dead.
Is now just from the incoming tide.
Let's see what he's saying.
Pushing a lot of dirtier water in there, but once it gets high, you can go way back up in there, and I think that those fish probably they just follow that clean water, and we might just ease back up in there and follow them. See if we can't catch a couple. I'm sure, there's definitely some still sitting out here. We just gotta get them to bite.
You think there's trolls inside that?
I'll be honest, I don't want to know what lives inside of there, but we might have to go in there and find out.
What the
Couple
fuck are you
meth
talking
heads.
about? Yeah, there's like a bunch of meth heads and crackheads, if that's what you mean by trolls.
That's kind of
I
funny.
don't see why those fish.
It is
wouldn't.
interesting. Like, I don't think, like, the fish just do not bite the whole time on this current flow, which is something a lot of people in the comment section don't understand, that when you hit dead slack tide, if you pick up fish, generally speaking, great, awesome. But when that tide kicks back in and switches, I haven't always had great success as soon as it switches. It feels like everything has to set back up. And then you hit dead slack, and then things have to set back up again. You get your 2 bite windows if you camp, but you gotta kind of wait it out for everything to switch over. Do you think in his area he's gonna have another bite window?
Oh yeah, yeah. But I just don't know if he leaned on those spots too much. Like those spots
Yeah,
up there
true.
don't hold a ton of fish. There's just not a massive population up there. So
You think his area has less fish than Keith Poche's area?
yeah, for sure.
Wow.
I just think that, well, less quality fish. Like, I don't know. A lot of that stuff up there, like my partner's fished a lot of that. I don't fish a ton of it. And he said that he's never really caught big ones. He was pretty surprised to see big ones coming from out of there.
It just has not been the deal. For me, at least.
We got Dan. Moving tide, always outgoing for me is always the best. Outgoing tide is the easiest. It's just, I mean, in general, it's the easiest for anyone to kind of get because it's sucking water out of an area.
Yep.
He's not even dinking and dunking anymore, guys. He's just slow rolling a chatterbait, which for his success the last 2 days, he's been really drop shotting it. And he's been mixing in the chatterbait, of course, but he's done a lot of damage with that. And he's not using scope either, which is interesting, even though, so for everyone that hates on kids, you know, he has the ability, he's allowed to use scope today, but oh my God, he's not using it. This is insane.
Yeah, just hate on the other two.
Oh my God. I was watching the MPFL. My heart hurt watching Tommy Biffle set the hook because I felt like he needed life alert when he set that hook one time. It hurt.
Man.
Like, I liked watching him, but I
Rising
felt
up
bad
here,
too.
starting to rise back up.
I was so disappointed Swindle didn't win that.
It
That would have
should
been awesome.
Start falling.
Yeah. That would have been
down
awesome.
there where
I
the
don't
James
know.
meets the Chickahominy
What was this thing
here.
on Instagram? Andrew Dahl. MPFL is
Brady?
becoming the old person division. Yeah.
Chad Mrazek.
Hey, look, he's not scoping.
He's had one of the
No, he's
best
not.
days.
But oh, dude, the
going
chick just looks
today.
so much different, man. If we, just with the screenshots, it's crazy.
On a minnow this morning. Now he's switching up tactics. He's got
Yeah, we're just doing a little frogging, looking for one more big bite. I want to give those fish. I'm gonna start running what I ran in the morning here in just a second. Said earlier, I don't know that I quite have enough time to let that tide reset all
If
the
you
way.
needed one bite, would you dink
So
and
I'm just
dunk a
giving them a
minnow and
little
scope,
rest.
or would you kind of do with the chatterbait or the
I'm
frog
gonna
deal?
get a big one in the meantime.
I mean,
There's plenty of fish
I
there,
don't know.
and I've seen
I've
them,
never had a minnow
you
get
know,
me
on
to
some of those places
almost 20 pounds on the river.
on all the
so
tides. So I know
He's doing
some of the big
something
ones will
that's
stick
the one
around.
thing of this tournament where I've been like, wow.
I just gotta let them reset.
Yeah,
Beat on them pretty
I don't
hard
know.
this morning.
In his shoes.
It makes sense.
But
I
until
mean,
then,
like, why wouldn't the
frog
minnow
around a
work?
little
I don't
bit
know
and
if
then
I would have had faith in it
It's a
because
big
I'll
minnow.
just make the
It's a
milk
big
run
minnow.
one more time.
to me, when I've scoped on the Potomac, let me know in the comment section. There's just so much more shit in the water you're looking at because everything in the world lives there. Like if you're on a lake, it's a lot easier to distinguish between everything.
Making
There's a
casts
lot
that
of,
would make
of
KVD
clutter
proud
and
out
stuff you
here.
have to kind of cycle through. It's you kind of get used to it after a while, but
I'm just
there's just
missing
so
the
much
blow-up.
life in the James and the Potomac when you're scoping through there. Plus the catfish situation. Holy crap! When you scope, you realize how many catfish are on the James and the Potomac. It's insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, old Kermit will get some big bites though, so I wouldn't be shocked to see a giant come up and eat that thing.
But I got a lot of room to grow still. I got a low too.
And
in
you
there.
mentioned it beforehand. I mean, there's really good lily pads and spatter
That I
dog cypress
really wanna
in the
get
chip,
rid
but the
of.
grass has definitely not had a chance to take root like it has in years past.
Yeah, I haven't spent a ton of time down there this year, but from what I've seen, no. Like I was
Where
in
do you-
Herring yesterday, and there wasn't a ton in there.
Yeah, where do you live? Like, what is your kind of local boat ramp that you drop in from? I guess you don't live down near the Chick, right?
No, I live like 10 minutes from the Hopewell ramp.
I think I'm gonna try and go
Gotcha.
A little bit early.
15 minutes from the Hopewell ramp.
Hit some stuff that I
45, 50
looked
from the
at
chick.
after the first day in the James.
I need to
Do you have
spend
another
some more time down there this
Especially
year.
with how
though.
many big ones have been released there in the last couple of days. I feel
Another
like it'd be
question here.
good idea to at
Has there
least
been
get
any
it
smallmouth caught in
sometime.
this event? I don't think so, based on my knowledge.
Somebody weighed in
I
one
haven't.
yesterday.
But if I'm gonna make any
There you
big
go.
jumps, I gotta get a. I
Yeah,
gotta
probably
get a
not
little
down
to
more
somebody did
difference
weigh in
maker.
Boy, he must have gone way the hell up there then.
No further
I'm
than Cal did.
I'm draining the tank here.
I mean, I caught a smallmouth at the Hopewell Bridge.
Really? Damn.
Heck yeah.
I think there might
That
be
was
a
years
couple
ago.
other
It had to be
guys
release fish,
rotating.
And I've
Like,
caught smallmouth.
I don't know about the
right
exact
around
stuff,
Osborne,
but
too.
pretty close to where I'm
Now,
fishing.
did that come
my-
from the
my main
Appomattox? Or
offshore
did it come from the
spot,
James
so
proper, that smallmouth? If it's near
I
That's
think
Hopewell.
it
kind of
was a
another
release
thing
fish.
that makes it a little
But
tougher.
the ones around Osborne, I think they just swim.
Fish are getting pretty smart,
They got
pretty
fins.
fast.
You wonder what that salinity level this year, because I think Jared, when I had him on Monday Night Live, he said like he caught flounder this year, like pretty far up the river.
It's crazy.
But it's definitely
I have no
slowed
idea.
down a little bit.
I would not make
What's
this
that?
run though to the chick. I would have stayed a
Incoming
lot closer.
Yeah. Kind of looks like poop up there, though, so if you're from out of town, the chick looks a lot better.
The midday lull has begun.
That's smallmouth
here on the
water right
James
there.
River.
Yeah, no, I
Middle of the
100%.
tide
Yeah,
there.
I mean, if you're from, but again, you had that guy from Michigan or whatever the hell his name was. I think it was 5 seconds. I think it was Dustin Smith. Dustin Smith stayed local, and I think he just pitched the Appomattox. And he said like, I'm not worrying about the chick because everyone's going down there. And it's interesting like when you're talking about these pros doing a strategy. And he even said he listened to podcasts and stuff like that. And he's like, well, everyone likes to go to the chick. And so his first thought was, well, I'm not going to go to the chick because everyone else is. So you wonder how much of a strategy that goes into it, that people personally stayed away from the chick just because they assumed it would get a shit ton of pressure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's
I
about
just-
time for me to run into this Sam's Club here.
Awesome. Guys, as always, Blake, he has a massive tournament. One more time, when is this tournament going down? And if people want to know more about it, what can they do?
Yeah, it's going November 16th. So it's a Sunday. So basically, go to our website or our Facebook, Virginia Tournament of Champions. We've got all the info on there. Registration is open. If you know you're a qualifier and you're listening, go ahead. And if you know you've qualified and I haven't reached out to you and given you the password to register, give me a shout, Facebook, Instagram, whatever. I can give you my number. I don't care. My number's on the website. You can call me and I'll give you the password to get registered.
Blake, as always, thank you so much for coming on and giving us some of your knowledge today. I really appreciate it. And yeah, have a great day.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see who ends up getting it. Hopefully Chaz does.
Yep. Fingers crossed. Talk to you later, boss.
See you guys.
All righty, guys. There you have it. Again, another local hammer there. Let me know in the comments section what you think about that. Just trying to get more locals on here, just kind of talk about their thoughts and knowledge about it. Yeah, I think camping is, there's a confidence thing to be able to say, like, I want to camp in an area. Because I think if all you do is fish like a Lake Anna, Smith Mountain Lake, you're in North Carolina, you fish High Rock, Bugs Island, you know, all them places, you feel like you have to hit a point and you move. You hit a dock and you move and you move and you move and you move. There is such a power when you're fishing tidal fisheries to be like, yeah, these 6 docks, like Chad or Maritzkik was fishing, just rotating them, staying there through the tide cycle, fishing every piece of it, and fish will just show up and lock into a place. But it takes guts. It takes patience to say like, yeah, I'm just going to stick here and die because I know this will reload. I know this will do well. And I think this is why people that, generically speaking, that are extremely good fishing, that I call like that North Carolina run and gun, Brian Thrift style, blueback herring lakes of Lake Hartwell, Murray, Bugs Island for the most part, people that are really good at that style and format, they get kind of nervous when you go to the Potomac or the James, where it's like, oh, I got to camp here. I don't know. It's interesting. But then you get a guy like Chaz. I've had Chaz on the show a lot. I've had Jared on the show a lot, and they talk about how they really enjoy doing the milk run, doing the run and gun. Start, down and work your way up, vice versa. And it seems like that works really good at local derbies, but it's just fascinating to me where it doesn't always translate to these bigger tournaments. And I don't know, that to me is just fascinating. Is it because, like what Blake said, it's an entry fee thing where, yeah, some of the best anglers, they can't fish it because of the entry fee? I don't know. What do you guys think in the comment section? Kind of let me know there. And we'll get back to playing this.
Coffee. Taking a look at all the backwaters, swamps, and marshlands of the historic James River there. A lot of history on those banks for this country. And speaking of banks, out to Banks Shaw, who's trying to close in on Keith Poche.
Do you guys know who won the first
currently
James
about
River Bassmaster
13.5
Classic? Let me know
pounds.
down in the comment section below.
On his day, 2 pounds, 12 ounces off. Call it 3 pounds off of Keith Poche.
Oh, fish on.
You need some more like this one right here. Using boat position that can help him fight the fish there.
Solid one, anyways.
That fish is skinny too.
Probably help us a little bit.
Let's find out.
Yep, gives us 14. 282.
It's interesting, based on what Blake said.
Back he goes.
This place is already reloaded since this morning. Filled up my limit here. I mean, it looked like there were several.
It's interesting based on what Blake was saying, guys.
Yeah,
It kind of like proved my hypothesis. I think that they just hit it at a weird time where there's a bunch of fish that are post spawn and they haven't had a chance to feed back up to get the weight on, and that's why he was saying that if the tournament was 3 or 4 weeks later, the weights would improve a little bit because more fish would have time to feed back up to their weight,
It's going good.
which is
I got
interesting.
14 pounds. I mean, I know I don't have enough to do it or anything, but 14's a pretty solid bag. So I mean, I'm definitely pleased with the day. I mean, after winning the last one, I didn't have too high of an expectation for this tournament. I just wanted to survive here. So, I mean, yeah, it's.
Where do you think he's located,
good.
guys? Look at that smokestack right there. Where do you think he's located?
He's done more than survive.
Just need to get a couple of those big. But.
He's pulled up to within.
Yeah, Swindle is really good at promoting himself. I agree,
Poche.
Dan.
Keith Poche been stuck at 12 pounds 4 ounces unofficially here for quite a while. Last couple hours anyway. Keith's been searching for answers in his creek. Bank Shaw keeps sneaking up on him. Chad Mrazek, currently in 3rd place, has made a big push towards the top. After 19.9 on the first day, Chad Mrazek only caught 11.14 yesterday on no scope day, but then blasted him again this morning on the scope with the minnow, 18 pounds 5 ounces. So Chad Mrazek now 2 pounds 9 ounces off the lead. And then back from there, you have Cal Lane. He's over 6 pound back. Got a little more breeze out on the James River this afternoon. We'll get in there.
Caught a bunch of skinny fish in the creeks on the Potomac last week, all post-spawn. A month ago, they were all fat and happy. Those Stay Smith. Yeah, we're in that post-spawn funk for sure right now.
Over to Mitch Crane, checking in on the dentist.
Hey, Mitch, we're live. Give me an update.
Well, we're still running the dock deal. The current is slowed down. We're about to have to make a pretty good run to get up back in some swift current. But
I would have switched to braid.
still getting plenty of bites. Just squandered my 2 best bites. One I broke off, one I lost. So we just got to keep hammering away. We got 11 something pounds, like 11 and a half or somewhere around in there, which is a small bag. But we still have a couple that aren't even. It's hard to skip in these little waves. Got a couple that aren't even 2 pounds, so we've got plenty of room for movement. Just got to get a couple of 3-pound bites and trying to work our way up to that 15-pound mark, hold our position where we are. Kind of fighting the internal battle, though. Like, part of me wants to, because I don't feel like I'm fishing for a big one. I'm just fishing to upgrade slowly, and that's not normally like me. But all my best stuff down in the Chickahominy has all been too shallow.
Interesting.
This week. Like, literally, I found like some great stuff, and I've not been able to use it because the tide's been blown out. And I don't think it's any higher today. Part of me does want to go down there and look at that, though, and see if that would fire. I could catch a really good bag doing that, I believe. But
just downriver from Dutch Gap
kinda
Landing.
ticking,
Interesting.
So probably just stick with this dock program, looking for 3 upgrades, and we still have a solid day if we get those 3 upgrades. But I don't know. We've caught about 25 or 30. All I know to do is just catch all that'll bite and let the chips fall if they're going to fall. We're probably biting good for a lot of folks today. We got a good breeze. That's something that we haven't had. That's something that we haven't had much in tournament days. When we had a good breeze in practice, I know they bit really, really well. And I'm sure it's no different today, but all I can do is control what I can do. And right now, all I know to do is go get another bite. Because if I leave this dock deal, I could go fish for a bigger one, but I could literally not get bit. And at least on the dock deal, I'm getting bit consistently. And I can catch a big one doing this. I just haven't yet. Today, anyway.
Yeah.
Like I said, I had that big bite. I never really confirmed it was a bass, but it was big, whatever it was. But I was trying this dock. I hadn't fished this little stretch of docks yet. The current was hitting pretty good on them, but it seems like the tide is rolling over from going out to starting to go back out again. So I'm gonna set that backwards. Let me think for a second. It was coming in, yeah. It's starting to switch to where it's gonna go.
So talking about going down to the Chick, guys, showing you the tidal charts again. Near Hopewell, as you can tell, we're approaching, it's 11:27. So we're getting closer to absolute high. So absolute high tide at Hopewell is 12:38 a.m. Up in the Chickahominy, so up, down, deep into it. It is absolute high tide at 11:29 a.m. and then it'll go all the way down. Let me reshare my screen again. Let's get back into it, but there you go.
Alert.
He's got a good one.
Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
Wow. That is
big
an
girl.
actual call.
We're making some hay today, boys.
Oh my goodness.
Guys, you might have just won it.
Wow.
We are making some hay.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That just made things super interesting there.
Look at that one. You think that's a Florida strain? He might be a 4-pounder.
How much, guys? Guess the weight.
Let's
He might have just
listen for
won it.
some weights here.
$4.11.
How about a 411, boys?
Guys, I think he just
It gives us 20 pounds.
Whoa.
I like that.
Oh,
Bigger one in there?
things are
Yeah,
popping.
I'll show y'all something. Let me make this coal real quick.
Let's see how this goal looks.
with a fluke,
This is how
guys.
you go from
With a big old fluke.
20 pounds.
Let's see.
I think he's got him a
Show
giant
y'all,
in there.
show y'all something shiesty here. Look at that one. Yeah, that's a big one.
We won't tell anybody about that.
This one,
Mrazek.
dude. Let's go.
Got some Chad Mrazek fans out there very happy right now. Bumped
That was
up-
pretty cool.
Bumped up to 20 pounds. Now closing within unofficially
Couple
10
more of 'em down there,
ounces of Keith Poche. Gosh, yesterday.
Little backdoor drop shot.
Wow. The old drop shot,
What's he drop shotting?
Gotta make up for that big one I lost.
doing some
Is it a
work.
fluke? No, it's a worm. I'm trying to see on the screen.
What did we get hung in? Oh. Yep. The pliers will do that in the net.
Looks.
Gotta make up for it.
Yep. Chartreuse worm.
That's a little chartreuse on the tail there. Back over to Bank Shaw. Things, we might be on the other side of the lull. Things might be picking up here. Keith Poche's back is now against the wall for sure. Gotta keep looking back at Chad Mrazek's second day for 11-14. Oof. That just could have been more of a 13 or 14 pound day. Chad Mrazek had 19.9 the first day, 11.14 yesterday, and now estimated over 20.
Nope.
Bank Shaw, who we're currently on, 19.2 the first day, 16.15 yesterday.
Be a bass.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he's got one. Now, how big is it?
He's been-
Oh, God, guys, that's a good one.
We've got more coal alerts coming.
That's a good call there.
How much do you think that one just went for Lane?
Finally.
Guys, the bite's heating
That
up.
had to be that big one I've been messing with all day.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's his fifth, right? Well, let me double check.
She's just long and
Callie.
skinny.
I think this is Callie.
It's gonna get us up there a little better though. It's one of the right ones.
He's going to gain a pound or more on this.
3 3/4. A little over
I don't know why I said
15
it's Callie.
now.
I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
Getting somewhere.
Takes him to
Dan, Tom, how did the Ike
Just
tournament go yesterday?
over a
Didn't get a chance.
pound
I'll
away
double check
from
that. I've been
Keith
so hyper
Poche.
focused on this event and getting ready for the Potomac
So
next
now-
weekend, but I can get that intel for you.
Mrazek's pulled into within 10 ounces. Bank Shaw coming after him, just a pound 2 behind.
Big
So right now, Chad,
Nope. Don't need to put a clip on him, I don't think.
Chad Razik, guys, you know I can't pronounce names worth shit. 10 ounces behind. Bank Shaw, 1 pound. The sleeper is Cal. I'm going to keep saying the sleeper is Cal Lane right now because if he only has 4,
Time for the Phoenix replay of
dude, these kids, man, are studs right now. Let me ask them. Actually, let me go ask them real quick to see. Dan, let me go get that question answered for you. When was the last time I talked to Paul? All right, I'm just getting that question answered for you there, dude. So yeah, interesting stuff. Not sure if any of the Bass and Beer guys did the Bass and Beer guys. They didn't have a show Friday night, right? I kind of missed them. They're kind of part of my Friday routine, honestly. You know, I go to the gym, run on the treadmill, and I go listen to Bass and Beers. But I you know what? That's what happens when you get married and you have a girlfriend. I mean, you know, come on, it's got to be the bros before, you know, the other word that they say. Guys, but what do you think of this event so far? I've been absolutely a blast right now watching this thing. Let's see. I used to fish with Rob all the time. Oh, sorry. Dan says I used to fish with Rob all the time. Dude, I want to go fishing with him so bad. Me too, no show. Oh, come on, guys. You got to stick with your Friday night stuff. You have an adoring audience that wants to listen in on that and be a part. That's a part of their life, honestly. We got Logan Anderson that just joined us on Instagram. Hey, how you doing, boss? Watching everything that's going down right now. Again, if you guys just joined in, Chad just had a massive call throwing a drop shot. Again, the scopers are starting to play. We had Blake on the show earlier. If you guys are watching on YouTube, YouTube is awesome because it gives you the ability to back up. You can actually scroll back in time while the live stream is still going and you can catch up on some of this stuff. So we had 2 big calls from Banks and then Chad Mrazek. Chaz Mrazek. I apologize. I butchered that effing name. I suck with speaking English. Drop Shot really played. It looks like Drop Shot played for both, even though it looks like one of them is throwing a minnow. Because if you look down at the bottom of his boat, there were a ton of flukes. Let me see. Where are all my screenshots? Because I have a bunch of screenshots that I just took. Let's see here. Nope, not there. Where did it go? Give me a second. My poor little computer is uber slow. Yeah, so at the bottom of Chad's boat, there's also this massive fluke. So it looks like he's dinking and dunking a minnow as well, which is kind of interesting. But it'll be interesting to see kind of what takes place here with everything. I don't know. It's going to be fascinating. So I'm thinking I got to go to the bathroom pretty bad. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And then I will be back to kind of finish up my coverage. We're going to go for about 3 hours today. I'm thinking, let's just go for about 3 hours. I think that'd be good. So again, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break, and then we're going to be moving on with the rest of the show. So let me put up some coverage, and then just to So what we're going to go with is, let's just go with the Mina cam. So if you guys don't know, I am actually here. Oh, wow. Oh, we're back. Oh, never mind. We're hooked up again.
Oh,
His bite's starting to turn on.
I think it'll help. And they have done reloaded right there.
Wow.
Hopefully I didn't bust them up.
If that one helps, Chad Mrazek will be over 20 for sure.
Oh, it's not going to help.
Didn't think so. When you have 20 pounds, those size don't help. Gosh.
They have done reloaded right there.
I'm such a spilt milk kind of guy. I keep looking back at day 2 from Erasnik at 11:14 thinking, just 13 and a half pounds that day.
Mm-hmm.
Keith Poche has some questions to answer, and soon.
Yeah, he would prefer they get answered soon.
Mm-hmm.
Mrazek was 8 pounds 10 ounces back to start the day. That means he's got to outfish Poche by 8:11 today. So far, he's outfished him by about 8 pounds and 7 ounces, about 8 pounds even, actually.
Looks like Poche, I thought he was leaving that creek, but it looks like he turned around and went back into the pond now. And this is the part of the equation that he really needs to come through for him. And that is a few little salt brush piles and little hard spots out in the middle of this pond that he got some good bites on. Shook them off. He knows he's got some brush piles out there. He got his forward-facing sonar back today so he can take a look at them, line up on them perfectly. Get a bait in there just right. And so it's sort of on the line now. Keith Poche has got to make something happen.
Just need a goat one. Just need a chump. Just need to call a 2-pounder. Doing everything I can. I'm gonna let that mouth, that water's coming, I'm gonna let it clean up a little bit. I had it, got a little dingy when I come through. So I'm kind of waiting on. Let them set up and maybe I can get lucky here.
He said he knows there's some big ones. He said
Somebody needs a little luck every once in a while, huh?
yesterday he saw a giant 5 or 6 pound bass chase a big gizzard shad right up on the bank here in this pond. He said, I know they're here. They live in this pond.
You know, as we watch Mrazek, you also have to bear in mind how close Banks Shaw is to this lead, you know, and
yeah, Banks,
he's the most dangerous because he only has 15 pounds, and he needs to only get to like 16.5, 16.8 total.
And Banks caught 16 yesterday without a scope.
Exactly.
I'm thinking he will be catching more than 15.2 today.
But for anybody to get into the picture, Poche had to struggle, which he has. No help for Keith Poche. Maybe what he's trying to do here also is let that creek area rest a little bit once again. We'll check in on Mitch Crane.
I like this dock. We got a little bit better fish on it. It'll help a little. At least get rid of them doing something. This old dock yesterday, I made a bad cast on it, banged off of the sideboard, and we caught a 2.5 yesterday. This one's like 2.5, but 11, 12. So he's 2.25. Getting rid of a 114. Nice healthy little fish right there. Beautiful little guy. Not the biggest size we wanted, but he's getting rid of this little guy. He's way better than him. See if I can successfully drop the third one. Oh, I made it out of the boat this time without dropping him in the live well, finally. I've been having to go catch them again. All right. Every ounce matters. That's 5 ounces. May not seem like a lot right now, but right at the weigh-in. Trying to get 5th. I had a 2-pound something cushion on 6th. So if I have 11, 12, 13, 12, that means they're going to have to catch 14 something to pass me. But I got to keep upgrading. So I want them to trying to get to 15, but they got to catch 17 to pass me. That way, if they have a good day, I can still stay there. Plus, you know, if somebody slips in front of me, maybe I can get past them too.
So about 11.5 pounds for Mitch today. 20 pounds day 1, 14.5 yesterday. And so far today, about 11.5. That'll get him just shy of 46 pounds. Back to Keith Poche.
Yeah, this is the guy that we need to watch here. Back on that cool drone shot, looking at some of the inflow coming into that pond, how much cleaner it is.
By this time on day 1, he had about 21 pounds. By this time on day 2, he had about 15 pounds.
At this stage,
12.4.
why is this being a bitch? There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I had to take a piss, so let Mina take over Mina Cam here. We got our next guest on here now. No, it's not the dog, the man, the myth, the legend. We got Jared Williams back, dude. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Can you hear me?
I can. Damn, things have changed a lot. I just had Blake on, and we were talking about if anyone could catch Keith, and then the drop shot twins came out. Chad and Blake both had a nice little call up, so it's interesting to see how this is gonna turn out.
Really surprised. I'm not surprised about Keith falling off.
Still got the lead, but
that place is really good, but obviously it's untouched these days because it's off limits locally for everything.
Yeah.
So I had a feeling he was going to crack a big bag, but I didn't think he could do it 3 days in there, especially this time of year with all the conditions going on. But I'm really surprised that Chad has caught a 20-pound bag in the chick on day 3. That's very surprising. It's been off down there, and there's been a few guys that are catching them, but most of them are all from the James.
That must have been some kind of old.
What is going on with the chick right now? Why is it not doing what it usually does in history?
Like we talked about on our episode, just the weather. You know, no grass. The grass is not there, so the water's not super clean like it normally is. Now there is some grass up there where he's fishing, and I mean he's just fishing a community hole. And everybody and their mom fishes where Chad does. Like everybody fishes those trees. They fish off. They crank. They throw on the edge. Like, there's piles and stuff around. Those rocks are good.
You know, the other angler that
But
theoretically
we were texting yesterday or whatever.
Is Cal Lane.
I'm just like, the big ones always bite for the pros. It's crazy how that works. So
what's also interesting to me is when I think sometimes with my show I get so granular because all I have on is local sticks and we talk about sneaky stuff. Is there something about just picking the obvious stuff to fish, like not going after like, oh, I had this super sneaky creek? It's just like, oh, this is a community hole. It's a community hole for a reason. There's fish there.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with non-locals is, yeah, they know about community holes, but they will wait it out for a bite window. When a local, like we know, okay, they bite the best over the years when it's 2.5 hours away from low tide on an outgoing tide. So you pull up there, you fish for a couple minutes, nothing's biting, and you leave, right? But like he's been on that stretch all day, basically.
Yeah.
He's been there for the last few hours, and like I would never stay there that long. you know. But there's been a lot of tournaments won, a lot of really big 8+ pound fish caught on that stretch. Can I say something real funny though? I just noticed Keith was doing. So I know you streamed it live yesterday. You know he hasn't thrown a spinnerbait not one time this entire tournament.
Wow.
Right? You know there was a kid on the bank throwing a spinnerbait in that pond yesterday. Now I'm not saying that's why he picked it up, but it's pretty. I mean, literally, he picked it up right before he got to where that kid was sitting on that log fishing.
That's pretty cool.
I
That would
was
be
like,
interesting.
that's funny. Yeah, but and the other thing is, like, you know, everybody's talking about that dam that people are fishing over and stuff. That's got the, you know, got the round thing that lets the water come in. That's off limits locally for everything. So those fish are unpressured, you know. And I think, was it Cal Wayne maybe the first day was catching them on the other side when the water was up real high. I mean, now you see Keith Larson caught some there yesterday, and he's obviously catching some there today. So that plays a big factor when guys are allowed to fish water that we're not allowed to touch. I mean, now you can go out on the weekend or, you know, on a non-tournament day and catch them and stuff, but what's the point of practicing there if you're not able to fish there in the tournament? Oh, I can't hear you now.
Just great. Let's try it now. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I got you.
Awesome. It's crazy the disparity that you start seeing with this stuff, where how a pro breaks down the water versus how a local will break it down. And the camping factor, like you said earlier, the camping factor is so big about if you're willing to sit through the whole tide swing, you will be rewarded.
100%. 100%. And I don't know. You know, I've seen like Mitch Crane's been fishing a lot of docks out on the main river, right? Great pattern. I incorporate them on my James River stuff as well. They don't get a lot of pressure. Now, who's saying next Saturday, I'm sure there'll be guys all over the stuff, you know? Oh, I saw the pros fishing this stuff. I'm going to fish it. And I'm just like, man, get out of here. I ain't never seen you here. So
Something that would be extremely helpful for people. I'm going to actually pull us off the screen real quick and stop sharing. Tide swing. Could you kind of just start explaining this to people about absolute high and absolute low?
yeah, so if you notice, like we're looking at today, where do you got? We'll just do the Hopewell one in the middle. So the absolute high is 3 feet up, right? Like 3 feet above, or 3 feet tide almost. And your absolute low is down there by 0. So the biggest thing people don't realize is they think all tides are the same. So they think every high is the same high and every low is the same low. But if you look at this graph, you can see where one tide is going to be lower than the next tide, right? So that affects everything. And then when you throw in the wind and you throw everything else into that too, you know, with all the water coming down from Richmond, from all the rain, it's going to affect that either way. So it's something that a lot of people, I don't hear a lot of people talk about, but it's definitely something I take in, you know, in consideration when I'm fishing. You know, let's say you got a group of trees you want to hit and it's really good at low tide. Well, if you're on the absolute low, they might not be as good as the other low. You know what I'm saying?
What do you prefer?
I'm a high tide guy all day long. So
Why?
I prefer the water up.
Why?
There's a couple reasons. One is I've probably spent more time fishing it because people don't. So my goal, man, I don't know. This was more than 10 years ago. My goal was to learn a high tide. So I purposely never went and fished a low tide. I've always launched my boat and I've always tried to figure them out on high tide whenever I practice or, you know, whenever I'm fun fishing, you know, whatever. But that's always been what I've done. So people really struggle catching them when the water's up. So I made it a point to figure that out. And now just over the years, it's just what I like because I know it, you know.
So we got some breaking news here. I'm going to pull the screen up. Breaking breaking news because my phone's blowing up, and they just kind of want me to show it. Chaz Currington just jumped into the top 10.
I was going to say, I think he probably hasn't weighed any of his fish.
It is, yeah,
Yep.
apparently 14.8 right now, so that puts him in 10th place, which I had Blake on earlier. I want to ask you the same thing, the Rorschach test. Is it physically possible right now in June 22nd for him to catch a 25, 28-pound bag to take
He
over
had
for
one
him?
on Tuesday.
Okay, so it is physically
Okay.
possible.
Absolutely.
Into the afternoon,
Now,
they're on fire here.
do I think
Back through some of the highlights.
it'll
Hasn't
happen
worked
today?
out yet
No.
for Cal Lane.
Because
He
one,
just
it was a
3 pounds
weekday,
and
so you're
1 ounce
catching
back
it
to
on
start
Tuesday,
the day.
right?
But he's only caught 4
So,
keepers to
if
this
anybody
point.
knows anything about
Yeah, still
Chickahominy, Monday through Thursday, it
uh,
fishes like a completely
pond
different fishery.
drains and outflows
Fish
from
is
the city of Richmond
Phenomenal.
there.
Like anybody can go out and
Kind of
catch 18
cooling
to 20
ponds and
pounds.
the drainage from
Friday fishes a little bit
running
better
off
than the
and running
weekends,
out
but
of
on the
those-
weekends,
those
man, it's really
systems right
tough.
there.
And y'all saw the
And,
weights yesterday; they fell off
They
big
got
time.
him.
They were more so what I
Pretty good the
predicted
first
on
2
our
days,
show.
but that tide
There
has
was
just
one
kinda
20-pound
stymied
bag,
his
but then
bite
everything
a
else,
little
you know,
bit.
like maybe like an
2
18,
days, but
118,
those,
but then like
that
17,
tide has just kind of
16, stuff like
stymied
that.
his bite a little bit. That-
I would
that
love to see him
clean
do it.
water
Don't get me
didn't seem to
wrong,
run as good as some
and
of those
I'm
places
optimistic
today.
for it, but
He's having to
I
kind of
think-
mix some things up to make.
I don't think it's going to
make
happen.
up ground.
Still doable,
You know,
though.
not
He
saying
has
it
one
can't
fish
happen,
available to his 5 fish
But on a
limit, and
Sunday,
he's 6.5
after they've been
pounds
out there
back.
all week, we've had
Here's
local
Mitch
tournaments
Crane. He
yesterday.
was 5th to start
Just
today.
a lot of pleasure boaters
He's
out.
caught about
It's
12
really
to
hard to
12 and a
do
half
it.
pounds today. That puts
Especially
him
knowing now, I know
around
where he's
5.5
fishing,
pounds off the
and
lead.
I know, like I said,
Yeah,
it's
he's
got
pretty
the
much got
opportunity
that,
to do it. But he leaned on him a little hard
jackhammer
yesterday to
with a
get that
Z-crawl
15 something.
pinned in his, pinned on the end of his
But his
rod.
tide
That's
doesn't
what
get
he's
right
lived and
until
died with.
he's still
He's
got another
fished all
hour
these big,
before it
main
honestly
lake
gets right.
docks,
So
main river
him
docks
popping up
along
with
the
14
James.
pounds gives
They're
me
right down the main
like he
stretch
could
of the
really
James.
get to
Looks like he
18.
likes the longest
Easily.
ones that stick
He could
out
get
there.
to
Have
18.
about 6,
I'm pretty
7
shocked the
feet.
20-pound bag exists
the
for
end of
today.
the
Again,
dock
guys,
and,
Chad just the
and,
other
yeah,
Chad just smoked one. Again,
man, chatterbait,
spoiler
get
drop
down
shot.
for
I mean, you know,
It's
God knows
Oh,
how much
yeah.
money that
Never-
stupid thing has won on the rivers.
Like I said, I've caught more fish on it than that and anything.
12.5 pounds.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah. What do you
But
think?
you know, he
of,
needs a little. Chaz needs a little luck to strike him like he did yesterday. He
Yeah.
Out of this, he's going to be top 10.
He hooked
in all
so
5
we pulled up
events
on
so far. But
a little
Robbie, he's
place
got a legit
where we
shot
actually
to win
caught
this thing. In fact,
one
he
of the
might
4
have the best
pounders,
shot to win it.
the exact
Yeah,
same
slowly but
structure, 4
surely,
pounders
he's
we
creeping up on him. He's
when we
still
won the
every
Hopewell
day.
tournament.
Starts out with 12 pounds.
We had never. That was the first time we ever
Got
fished it.
14
He pulled up there
pounds,
yesterday. He caught a
next time you
35-pound
look up, he's got
catfish.
16 pounds.
He
and
messed up his
that first
jackhammer.
day,
He
ended up
retied
with
it,
19 pounds
put a new one on,
ounces,
threw back to the
and,
same spot, caught one on his 3.
he's got his scope
Literally,
back
his
today.
boat
He
drifted
could
into
very
the
well
bank, and he just
put
flipped
in
his
another 3 or 4
chatterbait out. The
pounds
next
today
cast and
to,
caught a 4
make
pounder
a
off the
final
same
run this
exact little
afternoon
piece of
at
structure.
Keith Poche.
So he needs something like that, but with 5s
Now
and
just
6s
a little
today.
over 1 pound back.
All right, guys, this
Smith
is
has moved up
Chaz.
to third.
Chaz
And in
Moritz,
second
I think is his
place,
name.
Chad
He's back on
Mrazek.
here. Let's see what's
Oh,
happening.
Chad Mrazek, yeah.
Chaz Mrazek.
8 pound, 10 ounce.
And he is
deficit.
fishing.
has
Everybody
outfished
knows where that
Poche
is.
by
I'm
8 pounds
Check.
even so far
Yeah,
today.
but it's
That
one of the
will
most.
put his deficit
It's
at about
there's
10 ounces.
always
And
multiple
still
boats
plenty
on
of
this
time
whole
for him to
stretch.
do even better
It just
than he already
produces.
has.
It's always produced. It has
Chad,
really.
he got his scope
It's got the
back
pads.
today.
It's got
He went,
you know.
way
It's
up
got
the Chickahominy
trees.
River and
It
some of
is
those
just
bends.
one of the
The
areas.
tide
This
was
is a little
way,
different
way
spot
out
right here.
down
He's on
there.
actually.
A big
That's a
low
little bit.
tide down
That's a
there,
little bit
had all those
upriver
big
from where
fish
he's
the
at.
end of some of those
It looks like
Where
he's
he's
got
at right now.
breaks,
an
and,
underspin
he
or a
went to
jigging
work on
minnow,
him with
a big
minnow,
fluke,
and,
or he had a big
man,
fluke in the
he's
bottom of
really
his
blasted
boat.
him today.
Yeah, I mean, I catch him on flukes in the pads and stuff.
23-15 on day number 1.
Absolutely.
He caught 16
With
on
Poche,
day number 2. Today, though, only
I'm
12
gonna mute
pounds
this real
and
quick since
4
they're just doing a recap right now. So with Keith Poche, if you were him, as you're watching this, it feels like you're watching a football team that had a commanding lead, but in the fourth quarter, it's like they're starting to slip. Would you still bet on this pond, or would you be just, hey, I'm just going to fish new water water and just try to get something to happen, or would you die in this area?
So, you know what's crazy is he never practiced in here. Because he knows locally that nobody's going in there. So Chaz told me he's seen him practicing his big boat all week.
Really?
Yeah, he practiced in his big gator tracks all week, and first day of tournament he showed up in that. So he didn't want nobody to see him snooping around. But I mean, it's well known. It's not like it's some big secret, right?
Yeah.
Here's the problem. He doesn't have anything else but this. This is the only thing he's got. And he screwed up the first day. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's given the opportunity to win, but he leaned on him too hard. Like, after he caught that second 6-pounder the first day, he should have got out of there. But he stayed for like another 2-3 hours. Like, at 8 o'clock, you could have ran and tried to go find and practice all day. Then he came in at 12 o'clock the first day and gave up another 3 hours. I mean, they say like one of his fish wasn't doing well, so I can understand that. But when you don't have anything else and you're trying to win a tournament out of one spot, and you know you leaned on him pretty hard the first day, you got to find something else. So he wasted, in my mind, he wasted 7 hours the first day. He wasted 3 hours fishing in there too long, and then another, well, he might only fish in there about till 9 or 10, like 10. Then he went and tried some other stuff, and then he went back to the ramp. But he wasted all that time.
Do you think he did too much calling?
Went and practice, huh?
Is that basically what you mean? Is like once you hit like 20-ish pounds, it's the calling aspect that every fish you stick is the problem.
I mean, he was throwing back 3.5-pounders. You can't do that on the river in June and expect to win. So he threw back quite a few between 2.5 and 3.5 pounds that first day. Like you know what I'm saying? You can't do that. Because he had basically 13 pounds with 2 fish, and then he had another 10 pounds on his other 3. They were threesomes. But like I said, you have all day to go practice. Like he caught a 6.7 and a 6.12 or whatever by 8 o'clock. I would have left and I would have just went and ran new water and practiced. And I think that's going to hurt him at the end of the day. Now, I don't think he's going to lose. I'd be really surprised for Chad to catch another upgrade from what he's got.
Well, I think the thing that's interesting, and let me get our screens back here. Come on, there we go. So let's see. Did Lane's got Cal Lane still has 4?
Yeah,
and
I saw that happening too.
He's got 6. He's 6 pounds behind, but if he catches 2 3.5, 2 4-pounders, like it would technically put him in the lead, right? So he's got the most ground he could gain with just catching 2 fish.
He's just got to catch what? Tim, what does he got to catch?
He's got 45.
52, so he needs another 7 pounds. So if he catches a 4-pounder, and then he catches 2 4-pounders, he'll be right there in the mix. But he's beat his water up bad too.
Yeah.
And now he's fishing
where in the hell is he
spot
going?
Here. He's in a pretty sure that's the creek near the ramp, near the launch in the back. Or he might be up in Richmond. I can't quite tell.
With that rocks, is there a lot of rock outcroppings near Osborne? Because those are boulders and stuff.
Well, there's a one creek way in the back, but I don't think that's it. I think that's up towards Richmond there.
I'm also again, I really enjoy looking at it the perspective of a local versus a professional, where this camping strategy, so many people I have on that are locals want to do the milk run. And I think it's effective. Yep. I look at it like this. It's like it's a home run hitter. If you do the milk run correctly, you're going to hit the home run. But if you mess up, you strike out. Versus these guys that tour, they're not necessarily, their mindset's not like I have to win every event. It's like I just need to cash a check and get well in points. And they're like, I'll just camp around the ramp. And they're kind of rewarded
done
for
it
that.
The entire tournament.
Yeah, and you get rewarded. It's
He's literally had Osborne in the back all day long. He's literally fishing the stretch right below it that's got a few docks. He's fishing directly across on a couple wing dams, and then he's fishing the one dock that's right to the upriver side of Osborne. He's literally not even gone half a mile. He's gone like a 16th of a mile down the river. And then he slid to the pipes that one day, which isn't even a mile.
That's just something that's blown me away right now. He's gonna whip a whopper. He's gonna catch a smallmouth wherever the hell he is. It looks like smallmouth water.
He said he caught some the first day in some of the pipes. He said he caught some small ones.
That's
on his first stop.
Holy smokes. What was my thought? Oh, yeah. Like with how everything is playing out right now, I was shocked at how much pipes and ditches and causeways play on the James. It's like there's like 50 blue planes. If you guys know blue planes on the Potomac, just with all these water discharges. Is that a thing that all locals know about and play in tournaments, or is it just something the pros got onto?
No, they play every tournament. There's always every single discharge, especially the ones around the ramp. It's, whoever's the Richmond guys like me, I've caught fish there. I don't ever stop there first thing in the morning. Like, I'd rather go run some other stuff. But the guys that fish up in Richmond and stuff, man, they love those places. They fight over them, It's, I got a better boat draw, I'm going to beat you there today kind of deal. So they've always played every tournament. Like, don't matter if you like, he's all the way up in Richmond. Like, he's been fishing some discharges right below like the fall line and stuff, not too far from there. And then of course all the other ones right below the ramp. But like I said, they've always played. It's always been a player.
What is the most surprising thing so far in this tournament for you?
The weights.
Really?
How good? Yeah. I was off. I mean, I said 48, but then I said, I wouldn't be surprised if 53 won, and we're right there at the 53 mark. The weights to get in, I think, was around 26, so it was a little bit higher than I predicted. But other than that is how many guys have been catching such quality bags near pretty close to the ramp. That's kind of surprising. It is, but it isn't at the same time, And I think one of the biggest surprising things for most people is how little the Chickahominy has played for the most part.
Don't want to get the whopper.
There's only a handful of
It's
guys.
one of those days.
2 guys maybe in the top 10 that are catching them down
Hard to
there.
get a
I
bite.
think Blake Hall
I wasn't expecting it to be
and
this tall.
Chad
at all.
Mrazek are about the only ones.
How much
So
of
I
that
saw
has to
that.
do with the tide that they
It's
got?
been
You
tough.
think if the tide was a little different, the chick would have been a little bit better, or is it just flat out, it's just down?
It's just not fishing great. It's just down.
Man,
I don't
that little shaded pond over there.
like the
was
first
so,
day.
so
It was
good.
they had outgoing water the whole day. It was 8 o'clock. It was high tide at the bridge, and they had outgoing water all day. So in theory, they should have blasted them, right? But for me, today would be my favorite day to be down there because it's like high tide right now, about mid-river almost down there. So, yeah, look, if you look at Shipyard, 12 o'clock basically is dead high, and that's right before the cut through. So that's mid-river. This is when I would like to be down there.
What is
Because
the
it gives
run?
me both 2 hours on either side to catch them when it's high.
What is the run from Osborne down there, just for people that don't know?
39 miles.
Okay.
So, depending on what boat you're in,
Oh, we got the 2.5.
most people take about
He's
45
probably gonna be
minutes.
right there at it.
I've gotten there in 30 minutes, like 28 minutes actually. I mean, pegged, going
Get a 2.25.
almost 80 the whole way. When you're get one of the first boats and you got clean water in front of you, and I cut every single flat, cut the big flat at Hopewell. I run on the
Showing
inside
about
of the power line.
15-2 for the day. That's his estimated
I
total.
cut everything. I cut the flat at the chick, and I've been down there in
He
less
had
than 30 minutes.
19-2
But like I said, I had it
before
pegged.
facing
It was,
Sonar day
it was
one.
an outgoing
Then
tide. I had it pegged down
16-15
almost 80
without
miles
it
an hour.
yesterday.
I was getting
If he
it.
could just replicate
Okay.
that
So let's say you have a good
16-15
bag
today,
and you're trying to be conservative, so you
He
don't have
could
an
overtake
issue.
the top
Probably
spot if
40
Poche
minutes
stays
to an
where he
hour,
is.
depending.
If you're at the mouth, 45.
I
If
think
you got to think the chick is 20 miles long.
Banks is
It's a
just got the
long
most
river.
consistent
That is
bite
true.
going.
So,
It doesn't
like
matter.
Chad
He catches them
Mrazek
all
is
day
way up
long.
there near the dam almost.
And
And he's got a Phoenix, so I'd give if I were him,
the
I
windows at
would
which they're
give myself an hour.
uh,
but
When
with the
does he
bag
have to
he's
leave
got,
then?
I'd probably
their patterns
leave
work. And those windows
So
open.
they got to
and
weigh in
close,
at
but
2:30.
Shaw just keeps.
I'd probably leave at
every
1
hour.
o'clock.
He just keeps.
Okay,
That way I'm
catching
not
catching them, and
I can not have to push 75.
every
I can
hour
cruise,
he just
go
keeps
60,
catching
65,
them and
you know,
catching
whatever.
them and catching them and
Make sure I get back and
climbing
give
and
myself a chance to win.
climbing up the
You know, you
ladder.
do got to play
add
that a
more
little bit.
weight, 3, 4, 6 ounces at a time.
Because
Yeah,
he's also in
interesting.
contention to make the BPT, I believe.
He's
Yeah.
lined up a
I think
cat.
he's in
right
the top
there.
10 in points.
There
So
we go.
this really could give him an opportunity to get in there next year.
Do a little dance.
That's good information because again, that's the strategy that I don't think anyone
Making that
of the
minnow
announcers
dance.
have talked about. Where he's basically it's 12 o'clock now, so he probably you're right has about an hour left to fish probably. Before he probably needs to start thinking about it.
Yeah, and he's not going to have to stop to get gas, not in a Phoenix. So he'll be fine. You don't have to stop and worry about gas or anything. And like I said, and even if he was slightly concerned, just don't peg it down. You know, you got an hour and a half. Give yourself enough time to get back. And if you got a little spot out on the James or come up by the ramp, hit one of those little pipes or something like that. But you do give up a lot of fishing time, but normally it's worth it. But you know, the guys this week have really caught them well on the James. So it'll be interesting to see this upcoming weekend how many guys that I normally see run down to the Chick don't go.
Yeah, it's just it's interesting because it's the concept. Like, did they catch them better? Because you look at it and you're like, okay, they caught them better at the James. Well, is it also because they just got to spend more time there? Because if you
Poche
literally never
stays
start your
where
big
he is
engine
at
and just hit the trolling
12.5,
motor, you gain probably 3
Banks
hours of
Shaw
fishing
would need
extra
a day of
versus if you do make that
16.
long ass run to the Chick. And it's like you
Chad
said.
Lassiter
And you also
and
got
Dustin
these
Smith
guys are so proficient with their
both
forks,
need
like Banks Shaw.
2015
He's
or
killing it,
better.
Chamoraz,
If
killing it
Poche
with their
stays where he is,
forward
Razik and
facing sonar
Smith
too.
had
But and
identical
again,
weight totals coming into the day.
for example,
and
watching
they're within
Banks Shaw
2 ounces
fish
of each other
the dock
today.
right above
So
the
they would
landing.
both need a day. Each of them
He,
could win with
he's caught so many
2015.
fish off of that the first 3
If
days.
Poche
or
stays
all-
where he
whole
is.
tournament. I mean, you fished
Meantime,
that thing
Cal
for like
Lane-
an hour.
Cal Lane's
Like, when was the last
day
time you fished a dock
was
for an hour?
16-15 yesterday. If he got
Dude,
to
like, the
that
last time
Never.
I saw that was Aaron
he'd
Martin.
easily
I
win.
think last time I saw
Yeah.
that was when Aaron Martin on the Chesapeake.
hasn't been able
you know,
to fill out his
he
5
has
fish
the
limit yet.
Tism, so he could do that.
But he was fishing the marina, though. That's a little different. Like,
Technically,
this
yeah.
is one isolated dock. There is nothing around this. It's literally right up the river from the dock that they launched by, right? The fishing pier.
There's no way in
There's
hell
nothing
that was
else
lane.
there. And he just camped out there. He would
Keith
camp out there for
O'Shea's
like an
gotta be
hour.
at his
and he
wits'
was
end with
catching
that
every
ditch and
once in a
pond
while, he'd catch a
situation.
few and then go further along, catch a couple more ones. It's just the ability to have the patience. That's one of the
Yes.
biggest things I've seen
I would
with
agree.
the professionals is they have so much patience. They don't get in a rush. You know, they're like, they're
Lane's
going to
given
bite.
his
I know they're
best
going to
effort.
bite.
I'm
I
gonna
just
try
got
to
to
get to that
be,
spot.
Cal
you know,
Lane is
persistent.
getting robbed
So
right
me being a
This
title
is
guy,
completely unfair.
like we've talked about before, which kills me on the Potomac, is like, I'm like this. I'm like, I gotta
He
move. I
deserves
gotta,
to get
I
back.
gotta go here. They're not
He's just
fighting.
being
This is a
robbed
2
right
cast
now. This is
deal.
just not right.
You know, I'd like Chaz.
Think of what
He was
said a minute
practicing.
ago.
He pulled up on a
His
little
place
spot
was
on the upper
accessible at high
James.
tide to him.
That's usually like a 5 cast deal. They're gonna bite. But he said he fished it for like 10 minutes and then he caught one like 4.5, like right before he was going to leave. And it took him that long to get it to bite. But it just tells you, like, sometimes you just need to slow down in there.
See,
Yeah,
this
and
is-
I just keep wondering
this
if
is
it
where I-
is the personality
just cleaned
difference.
up.
And I keep going back to this well. When you have a
Past-
local on, he's like, "Well, I'm
past
fishing to
day or
win." And I've had these
Yep.
these tour guys on. They're like,
It
"I got to
was
fish for
rolling mud
points
and
so I can make the
traffic.
class for the
100%.
championship." So they're like, "Yeah, I'll camp out this dock. Who cares if I win? I get enough points to get out of here." And it
Absolutely.
kind of enforces that.
That's why I never really made
It
it
enforces
in
the
fishing,
patience and
Chad.
enforces the reward of like, yeah, if you camp out at this dock,
Situations
you get
like
2
this,
bite
this
windows
just
at least
isn't
on
right.
title,
I'd
guys.
be like,
At
look,
least
if they're
2.
going to be like that,
If
just
Oh,
you're-
you get more than
okay,
that.
I
For
got
Yeah.
sure.
other things to do with
Yeah,
my
but-
time.
Well, how
You will
did
be
the,
rewarded,
Major League
but do you
Croquet
have the patience, like you said, to
circuit
camp
work
at a
out?
dock for 8 hours? Because it sucks.
Don't get any
Really
bites.
not fun.
It sucks. But you know, like, okay, for example, he's been fishing up there. Yeah, he had 19 pounds the first day, which is really good.
I like it.
Head shot. But then, like,
It's super
say he only
deep in there. It's
catches
like 12 foot of
16
water.
today on, like, locally, you're like, that's not enough to win. There's no point in me sitting on this dock all day to catch 16 pounds.
Some people can take the rejection.
Like, I may not even
Okay,
get
y'all don't wanna
a
bite?
check.
Fine,
I
I'll
might
go
not even
fishing
get
tomorrow.
paid with that. Normally you don't. Lately you
But
have
I'm more
been.
like, oh, I'll sell all my
Normally
stuff on
16
eBay.
pounds doesn't get you paid. So, that a multi-day tournament is so much different than a one-day tournament
Pickleball.
because all this stuff factors
Something.
in.
I'm
you
out
know?
on the pickleball.
Okay.
Like,
There's-
Seth caught 15 pounds yesterday. If we caught
Becoming
15
quite
pounds in a
popular
regular
now.
tournament,
Too
we're
old
pissed.
to tear an
It's a one day.
ACL or an Achilles. That does not
15
sound
pounds
fun.
on the second day, that's a good bag. So you have I've seen guys do really good in areas on the Chickahominy over the years and opens and stuff where I'm like, I don't fish that stretch anymore because I can only catch 2.5 and 3 pounders there. But when you have a 3-day tournament, 2.5 and 3 pounders are golden when that second
Well,
or
it's a
third day.
tranquil setting, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So it's such a different mindset, and that's when you're a touring professional,
He is
you
going to
think
give it
about
the
it
old
differently
college try
than a
there as
local
Cal
guy.
Lane as we slide back over to Bank
Because
Shaw.
we're in the mindset of 1 day derbies, and that's how we fish. So we'll go out and try to blast them the first day, and not thinking about the next couple days.
Yeah.
So
Well,
do you think it's hard to make that transition
Keith
from 1 day
Poche
to
is
2
now
days?
leaving the creek.
it
3 days.
absolutely
He
is.
has had enough.
It's very
He is
difficult.
Giving up. He is done.
Look at that.
very
Destination
difficult.
unknown.
Destination.
He's got a little
unknown.
minute.
So it's crazy. Prime example, Chaz this week. Normally, if
This
you
could
ever
help
go back
Bank
and look
Shaw.
at the opens,
I don't
all the
give us a
locals
little
that struggle the first day always catch them the second day, and that's because the first day we try to knock it out of the park.
Mm.
And guess what? We knock ourselves out of the tournament because of it. Instead of playing it safe, and the second day it's like, oh, well, I'm not going to try to knock it out of the park, but I'm going to go catch me a solid bag that's going to get me paid, right? Hopefully catch enough to get up in there instead of doing that the
What
first
that
day.
fish
we always
does right
mess
there,
up. We
it
always mess
puts
up that
4
first day.
anglers within a pound of each other
Yeah, and it's
But
something
it's
where
very
for that top spot.
I really wish there was a cheaper trail that would let you
don't
do
know
multi-day
how
events. I
are
don't know if
his
that's even
fish
possible,
so
just so you can get the
severe,
practice and get the
Chad? It's a
mindset.
big
Because I do
mystery
think
to
it's
me.
a
Oh, I
lot.
would love it.
Yeah,
everybody else say,
it's a pure form
the
of
live well,
tournament
fish go
fishing, in my
crazy,
opinion, because
and
college
they
tournaments
just
were always multi-day, and you got to really understand,
And they-
less weight,
they're
make
just, like,
adjustments.
so, like,
What is a pattern for multiple days, not just
Just
you go out
chilled
there and
out,
try to
like,
swing for the
whatever, let me
fence
go.
He's
like
a
these
fish
guys are doing
whisperer.
now.
Yeah, I would love a multi-day
Soon to
trail,
be
a multi-day
likely
single
angler of the
person
year
trail.
on the
Yes.
Tackle Warehouse Invitationals.
Technically, there is one, but it's John boats only.
Into
So
the
you got the
event,
John boat elite
36-point
trail.
lead over
which,
Mitchell Robinson.
you got
That
Brad
Dustin
Lebanon
Smith
on,
is back there
and
in
it's
5th
awesome.
place.
I mean, it is
he
so
is one
cool.
spot ahead of
And they
Bank
go
Shaw
all
on our
big
current
places and
leaderboard,
stuff,
so
but they-
he would stand to
but it's,
gain
like I said, it's
a
a
little
John
bit of
boat.
ground
I
on
think
Bank Shaw.
horsepower
But
limited
look
is
at how
like
far back he was. I mean, he was
25
56
or
points
whatever it
behind
is.
Bank Shaw
But it's a
coming in.
2-day
He'll gain
tournament,
maybe
single
a little
man.
ground,
Which actually
that's
this year
still
they
yet
opened
to be
it up. You can
determined.
actually fish
It's Bank Shaw
with a partner
and really
now because they're trying to get a
nobody
little
else
more
with much of a chance to catch him
but most people
as we
don't.
head to the final event. $50,000
in a John boat,
is the
2-day
purse for winning angler of
pay
the
out
year
really
on the
good
St.
for a
Lawrence
John boat
River
trail.
beginning July
Like,
25th.
I wish we had
That's
something
what
like
Bank
that.
Shaw
Like I wish the
would have
Alpha
in his
Series
grasp.
was a multi-day
I'm just
tournament.
wondering
That'd be
if
really cool.
Dustin Smith will
Yeah.
jump.
That'd be really cool, dude.
Mitchell Robinson
Multi-day
didn't make a
tournament
cut
would be
here.
awesome.
None of the other three. Mitchell
Yeah,
Robinson,
and
Joe
just looking,
Webster,
guys, here.
Wesley Miller. He's going to jump
This is
all
neat.
of
They're
them.
saying Angler of the Year,
and
Bank
I'm
Shaw's in
thinking he'll
first
get,
place.
if he
Chad
has a decent
Marquez, I can't
tournament
fucking
at,
remember, is in
St.
9th place.
Lawrence,
But
he
it kind of
could get
shows
a
you that
Bass Pro Tour
Dustin
tournament.
Dustin Smith,
He would be
he's having a
invited
good
if
tournament.
in
He's
the
in
top
5th in
five
AOI.
at the end
all the
of
people that are
event on the St.
consistent.
Lawrence
He's
River.
got
doing
20
well.
today
Your
too.
up-to-date
Check that out.
standings
He's
coming
jumped
into
up.
the event in
Oh,
Fishing
God, he
Clash
did. Yeah, he
Angler
got a
of
20
the
pound
Year.
bag. We got Dustin. He's fishing the Appomattox. I think he was day one. He was fishing up into the Appomattox and Peter Creek. So I wonder if he's still there. He even flat out said, I was listening to podcasts around the area and everyone goes to the Chick. And I was like, I'm not going to go there. It's not worth it. I'm going to stay local and just grind it out.
So I'm pretty sure the first day he was at the beginning of the day, where he was talking about, I'm under a bridge, and if I don't get out of here, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I don't think that wasn't the Appomattox.
Where do you think he was at?
I don't
he
wanna
was?
say.
Do you think he was down south of Osborne or
My name's
north?
Jeremiah Ivan.
Oh, I know
Yeah,
exactly where
supervisor
he was. He
robot
was
weld.
definitely down south of Osborne.
This
He's
isn't
down
a
south of
job
Osborne?
to me.
Interesting.
I go home with a smile
But-
every day.
Interesting.
He's
We all
lucky
treat
because
each other like
normally
we're
you can't
family.
get a fiberglass boat in there but it's
We
been
definitely
real
take-
well. So when it's gotten blown out, I mean, it's no secret. He was in, at least I think, and then they would show some aerials, and I'm pretty sure he was in Bailey's Creek, which is below the Appomattox. But you can't normally get your boat under that bridge. So he wasn't lying when he said, if I don't get out of here, I'm going to be stuck back here. He would be stuck back there till the next day because he won't get in out on the next low tide swing probably, unless it was the absolute low.
Was he the one fishing around the blinds, the big old duck blinds?
Right to the fight. New Mega Live 2 forward-facing sonar puts you on more fish with an ultra-clear, rock-solid picture.
Guys, chat, help me out. Who was the guy that was fishing near the duck blinds day one in the Appomattox, around the Appomattox? I knew it was amazing. Let's go back to it here. So, guys, let's go to the leaderboard real quick. So, it is insane to jump up, like was just said. 2 20-pound bags. Chad Ritz, Dustin Smith just hopped up in there. Where's our boy? It's Chaz Currington with 14.08 as of now. It's probably going to change a little bit.
This thing will let me
2 people are technically in striking distance right now.
It is my number
100%.
It will carry
10 ounces, 12. Interesting. And then it was just said by the announcers, Keith Poche left his spot. So
you don't have a choice. The water's coming in. He's still probably, because I'm trying to think. I mean, it's still really not that. I mean, it's coming in, but like between 1 and 130 is high down at Jordan Point.
Let's pull this out here.
So,
boom. Whoop, let me stop sharing.
Way up there. I mean, it's probably not high up there till 3 o'clock.
Yeah, Chester River. We got Chester River on the far left, Hopewell in the middle, and then Shipyard Landing on the far right, guys, just to give you an idea
Chester,
of the tide.
Yeah, like I said, about 3 o'clock. It's a little bit further than that. So it'll be his little area is about 3. And then you got the area right here in Hopewell around 1. That's what I was saying, about 1 to 130, which that's good to see that Chaz already has 14.8 because, like I said, his best time is going to be from 1 to weigh in to catch him.
And it's interesting if you look at it. If you did go upriver, you did have a really good low tide window early on in the day, which is the first thing that these guys finally got to have. Interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah, the low tide is like 9 o'clock up there. Is really good.
How long will it take the river to clean up, you think?
Depends on if we get any more rain or not, but
yeah.
Yeah. I think, I mean, like where Chamarazic's fishing up the Chickahominy doesn't look too bad right now, to be honest with you. It looks pretty clean. But I think that water in Richmond's going to take a little bit of time. I don't think it, like we have I have a cat trail next weekend, and I don't think it's going to be clean yet for that.
No, and I think my tournament might be blown out next weekend too. We're supposed to get rain. I think it's like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Who knows? Like it's just.
What are you on, Potomac?
Yeah, I think it's a smallmouth tournament, Upper Potomac.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the next weekend I have he's hooked up. So these guys keep their drag so damn loose.
Please tell me the big one got it.
Well, let's see what he's got.
Tell me that's a big one, dude.
Fishing some community
stuff. He's in the pile.
Yep. So you got a pile right next to your boat, big dog. You better get out of there.
Come on, big dog.
Oh shit!
It's not that big. She'll help.
Yeah, it might be like a 2.5 pounder.
That's fine, dude. There was 3 of them. I thought the big one got it, but that'll help.
Maybe a 3.
If this one helps, things are going to get real close.
He's throwing a Sacamata shad.
3 of them shot out of there.
That's what you saw.
Not a bad one right there.
That's like 3 pounder for sure.
Pound cold.
I don't know if that's
enough. He just gave himself a legitimate shot to win right there. If that's a half pound call, he'll be low 52s. Yeah, but you know the thing is, those Bubba scales are pretty close. Like everybody's been a little bit off, but no more than half a pound. That's
pretty good one right there.
He's probably like 3 1/4.
He said half a pound call.
Yeah, so that's probably about
theory.
3 1/4.
Dude, I can't believe. Look at this. Everyone's been like poo-pooing the chick, and this guy might have just done it out of the chick. That's crazy.
Dang, man, I really.
Yeah, I mean, that was about a 2.5, 2 3/4 that he just got rid of. Now, don't get me wrong. The chick
Try to
has
make
got
up
him.
as much points as
Oh
I
yeah,
can.
yeah.
It's got him, but it just hasn't been fishing good.
Finally got one.
Normally,
Golly.
8 out of the top 10, 7 out of the top 10 would be down in the chip.
It's a sneaky little pile. I found it
But then it's reversed
on the
this week.
first day of the tournament.
Yeah, and I don't. I've always said like I usually like to get the guys that are in like. I like to get the guys on the show generally that this is my hypothesis. 10 through second, I like to get them on the show more than the guy that is 1 because the guy that wins is not usually on the regular patterns. It's something completely random because if everyone in the top 10 but the first guy's on the James, does that mean Chick is better? I don't think so. I think it meant like
It's like
the
a
better
Bass
pattern
Pro
is clearly
aquarium.
fishing the James. He just somehow lucked
Minus the
into
hungry
something.
fish.
Yeah. Well, he's doing 4-phase sonar. I mean,
There's a drop shot.
yeah. And at the end of the
A day
day,
on this
like,
place without
it's always
pressure
gonna
would be
play.
insane.
Yeah.
You know, Bank Shaw's catching him across from the ramp on it, and that water is
You know, the other thing
dirty.
this event's going to do for Chad is edge him
Bass Pro
closer
Shop
to
Chocolate
potentially
milk
getting
up
a
there,
spot
and
on the
he's
Bass Pro
still- and he's still
Tour.
catching them
And
on
I
the
would
minute.
bet he would like to take advantage of that.
That's
He
He's
was
teaching
ninth
them literally
in the
like
Angler
you
of the Year
literally
race coming in.
the
And he's
wing
gonna get
dance
some
directly
significant
across the
Up
place.
about that one.
And guys, if you just heard, he just said like it's gin clear. It's like a Bass Pro Shop aquarium down here. And Jared was saying like it's chocolate milk up. And they both are hitting a minnow
There's a
bait
big
to an
giant
extent.
one with a glide
And
bait in her face around here somewhere.
it makes you
I
think
know
like what
that.
is the definition of clear
if
and dirty
anybody
water of these
catches her-
stupid fish? Because if
Yeah.
you're seeing a minnow,
Let me
like
know
a
so I
minnow
can
in
send you my
chocolate milk, that's a
address and get my
visual
glide
bait
bait back.
for the most part. But they have no problem finding that in chocolate milk, which blows my mind.
You know, and he's saying it's gin clear, like that's not as clear as it normally gets in the chick. But he's probably got 1.5 foot visibility, maybe. Would be my guess. I don't know. I really haven't been. I only run up the chick when they're spawning. I've got a few areas that I catch them sight fishing around some trees and stuff that can get real clear. But
once again, if things stay as they
like
are,
you said, the grass
it would
probably
take
the
20
last week or
pounds,
two has
15 ounces
probably
for the day for Mrazek
grown
or
in pretty
Smith
good
to
down there
chase down Keith Poche.
because how hot it's been.
Where do you
Keith
live? Like,
still
I guess
gets
what is the
a
closest
vote
platform for
in
you
the
to? Like,
competition.
or I guess you're
Route
not-
5
Yeah.
is like, which
Okay.
is the mouth of the chick, is
I figured I need to get out of there. I mean, I
35,
hadn't
40 minutes from my
caught
house,
anything
and not that far.
after
Gotcha,
That's
gotcha,
like
gotcha.
Osborne's an hour and a half. I'm
First
actually going to be leaving here
initial morning deal,
soon to go up
and
there with
once
my
the
son.
tide
We're
comes
going to
in,
watch
it
it weigh in
gets pretty dingy.
go watch Chaz weigh in and stuff. So
And I don't know, they just don't set up. It's,
Do they
So I'm just
not forced, but do they
moving
really
around,
politely
fishing
ask
with
like a
the
Chaz,
creek.
like, hey, you have to weigh your fish
Hopefully
with a
we
bubble
can,
scale and like punch it into it? Like, how does that work for a tournament like this?
get lucky here. I
they
hadn't
do want
practiced
you
here,
to
I just
weigh it
come
in.
here. See if I can
Obviously, they're a big sponsor, so they want you to use their product and that people
Get me a
see you
good
weighing it
one.
in. But I mean, it's not like you like Martin Villa hasn't been doing it at any this week. Like, you don't have to do it. It's not a mandatory requirement. Like, you don't get penalized for it. But they just ask you politely to, hey, use our sponsor stuff to help promote their products.
Keith Poche, man.
So,
I know
in
that
theory-
there's a
Him and I both already
pretty good
have
chance
one
he's going to run
anyways.
into Cal Lane.
So
where
I
he's
guess I was trying to say,
headed
like, what are the chances that maybe Chaz
I've been here
will not
before,
punch in the rest
but
of
I've
his
never
weight and we could get a
fished
surprise at the
tournaments,
weigh-in? Or do you think he'll be pretty good about that?
I've caught some fish in here. Just
I had a feeling that
normally
he probably
big boat
had
can't
more
get
than
past
one
that
fish.
bridge. There's some pilings and stuff, but the water
I
doesn't.
just,
guess
I
it
would be
can.
now. Like I said, he was swinging for the
I
fence
didn't realize it
today,
gets that high.
to a
in here.
degree. So, but one fish, like, come on. I know you got more than one, but he doesn't really like to use a scale. So
Really?
when he gets in, if he was getting in the heat of the moment, he won't even thinking about, doing the scale. And probably what happened was he had two that were really
The other thing
close.
Keith Poche does
So
not
he just
know
weighed 'em all
is
real
that
quick.
last upgrade we
Would be
saw
my
by
guess.
Chad Mrazek unofficially has him tied with Keith Poche.
I guess that's going on right there. We got
Like I said,
Bubba
he's got
scales
from
for the
here
day,
on in.
and again, they're
he's got
as
the tide he
accurate
needs
as they
to
can
catch a couple
possibly
big
be. And bear in
I'd
mind,
love to
how
see
much
him get up
the
that 17,
official
18 pound mark. and
weigh-in
really up
will
the
tell
mark.
us who wins and who
How much
doesn't.
more time does he have to fish?
But based upon what each angler's
So
Bubba
he's
scales
got
say
2
today,
hours. Now, I don't
Poche
know where
has
he's at, but my
12.4.
guess would be
Mrazek,
he's back.
2014.
I don't know if he ran
And as I
down or
said a
not.
moment ago,
have
Mrazek
a-
would be 2015.
I have a pretty good
to
idea. I
overtake
know where he's
Poche.
at, so he's not that
Right
far
now,
from the ramp.
they are tied
Okay, good.
at 52 pounds
So
and
he's
5
still
ounces.
got
Dustin
can
Smith
probably fish
is less than a pound back, as is Banks
till
Shaw.
220.
Again, that's all unofficial.
So he's almost got
Chris
2
Jones
full
has his
hours
work
of
cut
fishing.
out for him.
Oh,
today.
man.
Yeah.
Okay, so he
He's
still has some
always
time to make some
energetic
magic
and
happen, guys.
entertaining,
And
even
then,
sometimes
we're
when it's
back
not
here.
close.
Now,
He may have
throwing
a full-on
minnow. That's
come apart
100%
today
minnow was
at
the rod
the
tip
final
he's
weigh
doing
in.
Oh, yeah.
The folks at Osborne
Look, he's
Landing are gonna
literally-
do a show.
Where's he at right now?
No, he's hooked
Oh.
up.
I got it.
So there's the
Banks Shaw
dock.
could just catch 20 pounds and end it all.
I know.
Don't put it past
Just
him.
so you see the
got a
little
feeling
white
Banks
building
Shaw's
on the
not
right.
done with his work.
There's
Yeah.
a dock right there. He's been catching them off that dock. And he's probably been catching them on the next one up
It's
too.
a matter
He's
of
almost-
time before we catch a big one. Catching this many solid ones, you'd think.
I don't think it's going to help him.
Nah, I don't
Giant.
think it is.
I mean, I'm really liking what I'm seeing. This
Brandon
this little
Solis
Dominican
says,
deal
what minnow
definitely
is
could be
Chad
something.
throwing?
I think I just got to get around a big one.
No idea.
No
These fish
idea.
are
Which Chaz? You're talking about the one that's in first place
really
now?
good. I mean, they will come.
You're talking about Chaz. He's throwing.
You're talking about Chad Mrazek. It looked like he was throwing a
Yeah, I kinda
6
like the
or
water
a
fish up
7
there, and they
inch
see it really good. I
Sakamata
guess these
shad.
fish are just
It's
so
either a
used to
Sakamata shad or a wing
being
fluke,
this
but
dirty,
my
they can
guess
kinda
would be
see pretty
Sakamata
good,
shad,
man.
not a wing fluke.
So, a fluke style bait.
Yeah. 100% either a Sakamata shad. It was a Sakamata shad.
It's interesting that people are, people are finally experimenting with the bigger ones because, there's a time and place for throwing that 7, 8 inch kind of fluke style bait.
Banks Shaw trying to go back to back.
Oh, that's a great angle. If you guys can see that
Just
right now on
as
the
we
screen,
saw
look at the
Nick
current
Broom
ripping.
do back in 2022.
Power pulls down.
He won
That's
first
cool.
at Guntersville, and then here on the James
So,
River.
like,
Banks Shaw.
everybody
winner at
throws that
Pickwick.
thing like on a
And
jig
has a
head.
good shot to
But I
win
tell you what,
here on the James River as
I
well.
catch him just throwing it like a regular fluke.
Oh,
Let's
the
not
6-inch?
forget about another guy.
Dude,
who could get
I
in
catch
the
him all.
picture
I
with
catch
just
him in the
one more
chicken hobby
keeper,
like that.
and that's
Throwing like
Cal
a
Lane.
6-inch.
He's 6
the
pounds,
most
6
underrated
ounces
bait
back,
is
but
just throwing
the
a
next one
fluke
he
the way God
catches will
intended
all
it.
go
Like, I
toward
don't
the
know
bottom
what
line
it is.
because
You
he
start
only
out
has
as a kid
4
throwing
in
it,
the
and then you
live
kind
well
of
so
like
far
just
today.
forget
I
it.
guess he got past that little.
How
Yeah.
in the world did he manage that?
I don't know.
Or is this a
Well, he's
completely
spent a
different
shit
area?
ton of time up here in
It's the
this area.
same.
And
Sorry
it's
if y'all hear my
the
son
same-
back there. He talking about apples.
Built the same
Nah, you're good.
place.
You're good.
Looks like he got into that.
I think Poche's done.
that
I don't think he's going to be able to.
cast because there's a
don't-
rock he was stuck.
My
at
gut's
for so
telling me it's
long.
over for
I mean,
him.
that's how quick the
He's
tide
not-
can come in.
His
here.
momentum is
I'm not
gone. He's in a new
surprised.
spot.
He'll come up. I think he went around.
There you go.
But if it's meant to be, it's meant to
He
be.
just didn't
He'll,
get by that
he'll
spot
luck
early.
into
Maybe
one
we'll find
somewhere,
out how he got in there.
True.
You know,
Where?
he's still got the lead now.
Can it pay off?
He's
He deserves to have it pay
he's
off.
We're saying
every
0.
day he's weighed in about half a pound more than what his scale says. So.
Interesting.
Keith Poche.
Let's see. So, guys, the only one that really has a chance now, I think, besides Chad, is probably Cal if he can make 2 fish because he has the ability to upgrade the most. But with where he's
100%.
fishing, I don't see him catching
Do what?
a big one here. But I don't know. That's just my gut
Well,
saying.
Oh
that.
no, you can catch big ones in there.
Sweating.
He can catch some good quality 4-pounders in there for sure.
Everything.
Of multiple variety.
Everything except for bass. I was fired up when we got under that tree. I thought we were going to catch them. And
Well, it's about that time for me.
it's just not happening.
Yep, absolutely.
There's
Is there
no
anything
way
you can
to
promote,
explain it.
boss, that we can give a shout out to?
Absolutely. If y'all are ever down in the Hampton Roads area, stop by Field of Pain Fishing. It's in Carrollton,
I'm about
Virginia.
to come out.
He's got anything and everything you need. If anybody ever wants to check out any kind of Daiwa rods or reels, let me know.
So here they are.
Got some stuff
Cal
you guys
Lane,
can
Keith
look at.
Poche.
I appreciate you
Same
letting me
spot.
come on and talk for a little bit.
Absolutely, boss. Thank you for the insight. I really
Yeah, man.
appreciate it. And we'll see you guys. We'll see you later.
Yeah. That's
All right,
a
brother.
good
Have a
thing.
good one.
Thank you,
Keith
boss.
Poche.
All righty, guys. So
He probably had
we're
high hopes for
producing
that.
some of the
What is
best
it? I
guests
mean,
right now. Some of the
given
local
that Cal
studs. Just
didn't
kind of give
catch
you
it.
insight on what's going on here.
Maybe
You can see
Cal
the
did the
frantic
work
nature
and
really
Keith
starting to
Yeah.
pick
doesn't
up
need to
right now
bother
with
and
all the
waste his
pros.
time.
Just think if they had score
Guys, just let me know in the comment section down below, how have you liked the coverage so far? Is there anything you'd like me to do better in the
We miss
future
ye.
for the Potomac River BPT event? Please let me know in the comment
Oh,
section
I
below.
see.
Can you hear everything okay,
Right under
too?
the tree there. Or it gets too high, he better get out. Oh, he's probably too happy about that. I mean,
Looks like he
nobody
broke his
did
power
anything
pole.
wrong. Keith just went up there and figured nobody could get in there. That could get
I
him.
don't know. He may be in a bind.
Uh-oh. This is some pretty good drama for a late afternoon.
You remember
on
the other
third
day?
Dude, he
came
might
to
be
Cow
stuck.
Lane, and his videographer asked him, "Where are we?" He said, "Disney World."
Disney World.
Now,
Dude, he might
we
be stuck.
really are on the Disney World.
No, he
Jungle
did it.
Cruise with
Yeah.
Rick Westfall's out there with him as his videographer. I think Rick he's up on the log now.
Let's see if he can get that windshield under there.
You've worked with Rick Westfall for many years. Did you know he was that nimble?
Can we get a
to
huge
be
shout out to
able
the
scale
cameraman?
Yes.
Fallen tree branch, and the answer
I
I'm
may
getting
get you
is
to come in the
yes.
boat so it adds more weight if you think you can.
Oh, I hate that noise.
So now he needs Rick to get in, so maybe it'll sink the boat lower.
Yes. He needs Rick in the boat for his weight and a couple of boulders.
Oh, you're gonna sink the boat a lot.
And I'm not sure that will even do it.
He better start.
I think he's stuck, guys.
I don't know what I did with my remote for my power poles.
See, when he came
In the back, if you don't mind.
his windshield was on
I need to
that
find
open side right there.
Exactly.
And now
Yeah, I
it's-
need to find a remote for my poles.
He may have to try to
Or here.
back out, Rob, because of what
Maybe
you said
so.
there. Because that would turn the dashboard and windshield to the other
he
side.
might be able to pull that windshield off.
I don't know what I did with my remote.
Oh, he's trying to get his remotes, his
Got to get his power poles up.
yeah, down.
Down.
And, yeah.
I mean, dude, we were back there for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you got to back
Well,
out.
yeah, dude, that's how the tide works, big dog. I love you, but oh,
He's going to have to turn around and try to go the other way. But in the meantime, that water's going to keep rising.
I hate
Yes,
that
it
noise. Oh my god.
They've literally got minutes to figure this out.
He's in a
stuck.
fit right now. If they can just get back.
Guys, he's not getting out.
Yes. He's going to have to get his boat turned completely around.
So, Rob, if he can't,
He's there for a long time.
and he's probably not going to get back in time to even weigh his fishing.
That's why. In the words of Keith Poche, he could be in a
yet.
bind.
I may try to back it out.
There you
That's
go.
his best option.
Yeah. He's going to have to get those power pole remotes. There you go.
Now is the Mercury going to fit under?
Yeah. I can't make it this time.
Guys, this is not going to work. There's no way he's going to make it. Let me know if the comment section is still working. I don't know if YouTube just died or froze up because we're past the 3-hour mark on a live stream.
Yeah, you.
Just ... comment something. Let me see. Because right now I'm not seeing any comments right now.
This ain't good at all. Gosh.
This might end up on social media clips somewhere.
Can you jump the log?
I guess my other question would be, and we have no real way of knowing, he said when the tide was at its highest, he could get over those rocks. Is it going to get high enough for him to try to
Thanks, Dan,
do
for
that this
commenting.
time?
Just want to make sure my chat was still working.
Not by weigh-in, I don't think.
That would be on the other side.
Guys,
of
he's
where he
stuck.
is now.
He's not going anywhere.
Now you don't want to tear up power poles and
Did it really come up that
Motor.
much?
Yeah, it comes up fast, man.
I mean, what in the hell?
Yeah, but it did.
God, I thought he was going to get through there.
yeah, there's no chance.
I don't see a way out. Just to be honest with you. I got
Jason,
in the
yeah,
other
Jason,
day over
he's
here, but I
done.
don't
He's
think...
stuck. There's no way he's getting out of there.
Oh, God dang it, man.
Yeah, the question is the rock, Chad, that you're talking about.
That's what he's got to try now is go to the other side and see if he can flow over the top of the rocks. A difficult day has gotten even more challenging for Cal Lane. With the rising tide, he's pinned in this pocket with nowhere to go. At Stop 5, presented by 7 Brew Coffee, James River.
Guys, that's absolutely... wow. Let it come up high and try and jump the log. Can he jump the log with that heavy of a boat? Like, I just don't know if that's even possible right now. That is wild. He needs a chainsaw. I don't even know. Can he use a chainsaw during the event? I don't even know if that's allowed, honestly. Yeah, James River Trail tracks on a map. So there was a dead giveaway. There it is. This is the train. All right, so what I'm doing right now, guys, is I am... All right. Let us try to find... I heard a train. So there's a train definitely in the spot that he's fishing. It's either Falling Creek. There's the train. Where's the train? There's the train right here. There's the rock quarry. Train crosses here. But it looks like a sneaky spot, so it's probably not up here. We got Tony here that says, flood the boat, and now is the only way. Yeah, he's going to have to flood the boat. I mean, I guess he could try to hop it, but now, allegedly, there's another way that he's trying to get to, but there's a bunch of rocks. I mean, I guess since it's not his boat, you can do what you want. I'm trying to find the spot that he was fishing. I heard a train in the background, so I'm trying to use some... let's see right here. No... I don't think that's where he's fishing either. You guys know the creek that he's in, you can let me know, because it's going to take me a while to find it, but I will find the spot that he's fishing. Dave Smith says, take the cover off the motor and flood the boat. I don't know if I would do that if I was him. I'm way up the river, though. Might be too far. Yeah, I think I'm way too far up the river. Come back down. And right now, guys, I'm on Google Earth right now trying to find the spot he was fishing while they're on commercial break. There's a train tracks. Here we go. All right, they're back.
You can see that blue.
3 anglers have closed to within a pound of Poche's lead, and the angler who was in second place, Cal Lane, has gotten himself trapped here in a backwater pocket on the James River.
How's it going, Cal?
We're
Well, this
we're
is
in a
going to be the
mess.
storyline.
Real bad. We're trying to get out of here, and it ain't looking too good. I need to find my poles.
I actually think it's going to be not too long before that tide actually starts to turn and go out.
You want me up front?
1 second. Let's see.
You want me up front?
Yeah,
Let's take a
maybe.
look at where he's at, guys. Based on our
Look at
stuff,
Rick Westfall.
it's going to take a little bit of time. I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
This ain't good. I'm just...
It's Scotty Kid. Come on, push, push.
Oh, he almost got it. The Lawrences are coming off. I don't know about getting the graph mounts under there. And then once he does that, it's the mercury, the motor, and the power pole that then becomes into question.
Gosh,
You
man.
need to get on your back and put your legs up to the tree.
He's going to have to break it.
Westfall's going to do it.
Get up here.
Now they're giving him squatting advice. Can the cameraman actually help like that? Is that legal, guys? Can the cameraman do this? Push, 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 push. That's what she said.
You don't want to get it wedged if that water's still rising.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Son of a bitch.
The tree limb and wedge it.
Don't you cuss. You might get in trouble.
Okay.
I mean, you're just holding your breath as you
gosh.
watch Cal Lane go through that.
God, I know of so many situations where people have been stuck back somewhere, grounded, on ground, or over a log that's low, like, you know what I mean? But never
Fish
like
on.
under something like that.
One more good upgrade could put Chad Mrazek on top in this event.
All right, Chad and
Way
the
too
chick,
much
guys.
going on.
I'm gonna help.
I don't think that's good enough.
Sounds like Chad's starting to gather a crowd out there.
Remember, guys, like what Jerry just said, he is fishing down in the Chickahominy River, so he is not going to make
It's
it.
where you have to be ultra.
I mean, not going to make. I'm
accurate
sorry, stroke.
with all of
he
your
only has
culling
about
and
20
your
minutes left before he probably needs to head back.
Whole process.
Not gonna help.
That one won't help him.
Yeah, it really is.
It's been a good afternoon, man. It's been a good afternoon.
What is he throwing?
It has been. Best day on the water. 20 pounds and 14 ounces today for Chad Mrazek. Unofficially, he and Keith Poche tied. And you just think, over the course of the next, we're an hour and 40 minutes away from check-in. And
No,
then
he's got the
weigh-in.
lead.
If a fish loses an ounce even, that could be the difference on your way in. Trailing by 8 pounds, 10 ounces at the start of the day, Chad Mrazek all the way to the top, along with the leader coming into the day.
Do you guys
who was
remember
Keith
what Jared said the
Poche.
bait he was throwing was? I thought he said Takamori shad.
Keith changing it up. We saw him approach that pocket and encounter Cal Lane about 20 minutes ago. So Keith didn't even bother to try with that. He's on to something else that he hopes will pay off.
Keith Poche's done what Cal Lane's doing many, many times, and I'm sure he was sort of like, uh-oh, he could be in a bad spot. He said it. He said, ooh, he looks like he could be in a bind there.
So here's where Poche has landed.
Now he's scoping, guys. Look at this. The Poche machine
Rob,
is
I
now
would say it's been
scoping.
3.5 hours since his last meaningful bass. And here's Cal Lane, videographer Rick Westfall, trying to help him out.
Go back a little bit.
Is that a...
Go pull it over.
I think they took a little piece of the tree with them.
Oh my gosh. Dude, he took the tree with him.
Oh my gosh. We got an absolute disaster.
You're doing it, bud. You're doing it. Grab that log you did.
Where's my... I need the remote from the
Right there. Right
poles.
here.
I don't know how I keep losing.
It was right here, man.
Do you not have a button for your power poles, boss man?
Dude, it's right here. Check on the floor.
It's right up here.
Can you put water in it and sink it?
Yeah, that was
No, I
gonna be.
don't think we're allowed to. Zach Bird's got in trouble for that.
Oh shit, that came up fast.
But Zach Burge's issue was
Going in.
he got in the water to
What'd he say?
open up a plug and let some water in. I think if your equipment allows you to do it from in the boat, you're okay. And it just depends on the model of boat you have, correct, Rob?
I believe that's right. Yeah, there's some boats that are equipped where you can pull the plug in and out from inside the boat.
Wait, I'm
Right.
confused.
Others,
Why are they saying
you
he
have to
can't get out of the boat, but Keith
Oh,
Poche
thank-
was allowed to get out of the boat and drag his?
Got one power pole still
We're
stuck.
out, buddy. Holy smokes.
Battered and bruised.
I think at this point he's just
Thankfully,
going to break the
got
power pole and be
cover
done
on
with
it.
it. Nope. Look at that. Yeah, he did
All in a
it.
day's work on the
He
James
made it.
River for Cal Lane.
I wonder how that piece of
Keep
log
that.
got in there.
Aw.
Oh my gosh, dude. What a
There we go.
freaking disaster. Holy smokes.
He did it. There we go.
Situation's a little bit like that. Just like getting stuck somewhere, like on the.
That's a win in his book,
way
I would
back
say.
Somewhere dark on the coast, somewhere,
What an absolute disaster.
and you start pushing, and you start pushing, and you think you're never gonna get.
Yeah, dude,
water
that's a crazy
that's going
situation to be
away
in.
from you
Absolutely.
'cause the tide's
Then again,
going
guys, we
out.
have over 70 people watching right now. Please, please, please hit that
Dude,
like
I
and
was
subscribe
freaking
button
out,
if you're on
honestly.
YouTube. It really
I
helps
was
me out in
tripping.
the
I thought we were-
algorithm.
I didn't think we were going to get out.
I think
I
they
don't
had
know where
to
my
bend. It
sunglasses
looks like they
went.
had to bend some of those. I think they did. They bent
Really, man,
those
Thank you.
graph mounts down.
Dude, was that live? Holy smokes. That was an absolute disaster.
You see what I'm talking about, Chad?
Yeah,
There's some things that were sticking
they're
up.
ruined.
Thank you, Jesus. We got out of there. Well, yeah, we got to figure something out, though. I mean, that's fun and all. And fun, but we're going to just,
And this is
I guess
why,
I gotta
ladies and
put
gentlemen, they
these on
say
first
you
to dry.
you sometimes don't want to buy a professional
holy
guy's
smokes, I
boat.
was freaking out.
Oh no, he didn't bend them back.
It'd be real cool to say, yeah, it was worth it.
I
you
thought
know?
they had
We got
bent
in there,
those
saw some fish.
brackets down.
At the very least, he won't zero because he'll be able to get back for weigh-in.
Oh, it's
But
true.
still
You
some
can't
work
even
to
say it's
do.
worth it, man.
In the boat and on the water for Cal Lane. It's Top 5 presented by 7 Brew Coffee, James River.
Dude, that is wild, man. That was absolutely... Oh my gosh, that was crazy. All right, guys, we're going with this live stream, man. We've been going for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Absolutely insane. Watching what he just absolutely went through there. That was crazy stuff. Again, guys, unofficially, there is a tie right now, allegedly, with Keith Poche and Chaz, with Chad and Keith. But again, if you guys remember when we had our guest on earlier, Jared Williams, he said that Chad is fishing the Chickahominy. He's way up in the Chickahominy. And he has about a 40-minute to 50-minute boat ride, depending on how much he hammers down. So his fishing is almost over. I would not be shocked if he is actually done here shortly with his day. So if that's the case, it's going to be up to Keith. Keith still has a little bit of time since he's around the dock to make some magic happen. I just don't know if he will. I think Chad won it. I really think Chad kind of skeeked it out here with the size fish that he's caught. I guess I could be wrong, but we're going to be finding out here. We have Tony 450 that says determination. Dude, I mean, would you do that if you owned the boat? I don't know if I would have snuck in there. Maybe if I had like Keith Poche's boat, I would have done something like that. But Lord almighty, man, that is, I thought he was going to tear it up a lot more. But plus he had a friend in the boat, let's just say, with the cameraman to help out. I thought he was allowed to get out of the boat because I thought that's what they were saying. Like, he can't take the plug out, I guess, from outside the boat, but he could have gotten out and pushed. But I guess that would have actually hurt him in that situation, right? Because he would have less weight in the boat. Kind of makes sense to me, honestly. Kind of running out of time on today, but absolutely crazy stuff. Let's go with travel time, biking, wildfires, air quality, blah, blah, blah. I don't want whatever that is. All right, we're back. All right, guys, we're entering the last. I got about another 20 minutes in me here before I have to get some other stuff done, and we're gonna close down our live coverage here from the James River. 3 days in a row, I've been bringing you live reactionary feed to it. So yeah, let me know if this is something you've enjoyed and you want to see me do this on the Potomac River as well. Yep, there he goes. Yeah. All right, we got him. We got Jason Turner says, yeah, yes, sir, that would be great. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure I stream. We're back here, guys. So
Leader by 3 pounds, 14 ounces after opening day.
We are back here.
And 3 pounds and 1 ounce coming into today. But Chad Mrazek,
Keith needs some fish.
Has been able to run him down.
Boy, I'm starving. I have not had any breakfast. I haven't had anything today. Luis Garcia says, my Nitro Z20 Pro does not have a remote drain plug, but it will soon after seeing this. Got to be able to flood that boat. I don't know if that's something I want to do, man. I just won't put myself in a spot where I have to flood the damn boat.
I don't know. I don't feel good about it. It's so slow. This is where I ended yesterday. I called up one. That pond's just, man, it's just tapped out. I mean, I'm sure they.
And I'm gonna do this quick little plug right here, guys. As you guys know, I kind of got laid off my job for government cuts and everything. So if it wasn't for my Patreon supporters, I wouldn't be able to do everything I do every single day. It's because of Patreon, which is my private membership club that allows me to do everything. If you would like to join it, it's only $6 a month, which is the cost of a pack of Cincos or a jackhammer chatterbait. You can help basically pay my mortgage and allow me to keep giving you guys content like this. It's $6 a month, but I also do 10% off if you want to buy the whole year, and it's $65. For that, you get 5% off all your orders to Jake's Bait and Tackle. They have an online presence as well as a shop, so you get 5% off everything that you want to buy from them. You get 10% off your orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 10% off your orders to Catoctin Creek Rods. Ad-free episodes of the podcast are available only for Patreon supporters. There's also 5 exclusive fishing tournaments that I have per year, and I guarantee over $2,000 in cash prizes. I can backlog that no matter how many people sign up. Also, there's members-only content and Patreon supporter giveaways. The next major Patreon event we're going to do is a map study class. Everyone wants to do that, and Patreon supporters get to actually vote on the places that I'll do it on. And I'll show you how I use all of technology with ChatGPT and some other things to really help you narrow down on your spots. Again, it's only $6 a month if you want to go monthly. There are only, I believe, 2 spots left. And then what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to close down the membership to any new people. And then I will create another club tier bracket, but it'll be at a more expensive rate since I haven't raised my prices in 3 years. And so I will be raising my prices after I fill up those slots. So if you want to go buy the year for $65, and then you're grandfathered in indefinitely. And anytime I fish a tournament, anytime I do well, I take pictures of all my baits. I upload that crap straight to Patreon so you guys can see everything. And I do a post-tournament breakdown giving all the juice when I fish an event. And we also have some special guests from now and then. So go check it out on Patreon. I just put it in chat and also link in the episode description. So let's now that stupid plug is over with, let's get back here.
He's definitely one of those guys that's if it happens, it happens.
Where
if it
is he?
doesn't, it doesn't.
In the boat here with
stuck.
Dustin Smith. What a day he has had. 20 pounds and 2 ounces, his unofficial total. He began the day actually tied with Chad Mrazek. Weight-wise, they were deadlocked at 31 pounds and 7 ounces. So he would need 20 pounds and 15 ounces to overtake Poche. He is at 20 pounds and 2 ounces currently. He had 16-13 on day number 1, 14-10 on day number 2.
We live?
And today, 20 pounds, 2 ounces unofficially.
I think Dustin Smith's trying to get out of this creek before it falls and catches him. He looks like he's in kind of a hurry to get out of here. This is the creek he's been in where he did all his damage. You can see how
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys are done.
Watch out, we got a stick right here. There we go. What's up, MLF world? We are back in the jungle right now. It has been an insane afternoon. It is just, man, we caught a couple big ones, and all week we've just been losing them. And today we dropped the hammer on some big ones. We're about to double back through that area, so I'm hoping we can get a couple more fish catches here. I got one that's like 3.5. Call that out with like a 5 or a 6, and I'm gonna start feeling pretty dangerous. So we are way off the grid. It's like, man, when I think about bass fishing, this is it, dude. This is how I grew up fishing, and this is the only way I fish. We're about to get stuck, too. There's a real shallow log we got to get over here. And, oh, there was another one. So it's been a fun day, man. James River, this place is sick. I can't wait till we come back here. It's like there's so many backwaters like this, you could just spend your whole life
looking at stuff like this, and it's like, man, that is just, for me, that gets me excited, dude. And it's crazy. I've been doing this for like, you know, since I was 15 years old. Next month I turned 40. And like last night I couldn't sleep because I was just so excited to get out here. All right, we're about to go over a log here.
Yeah, Keith Poche is really actually about 5 minutes from the ramp there. He's not very far at all.
So he's got about an hour and 15 minutes to fish.
He can fish through right to the last second.
I thought Keith Poche. I'm glad he said that. I thought he was pretty close. Hour 15
Dustin
minutes for him to
Smith
fish, so
moving?
that means,
Now,
yeah,
he
Chad
has-
is
knows
done
he's had a
probably
good
with
day.
his fishing.
He
He's
has
probably
no
hauling butt
idea
back.
how close he is to that top spot. He's within a pound of being the leader.
And what did he...
Because Keith Poche has struggled, and he is in a desperate mode to try to find something to close this one out on the James River.
Since 1975, TH Marine has been the leader in
We got
boat
Ang.
parts
Oh,
and
my boy
accessories.
Ang is back. How are you doing today, boss man? Yeah, he's doing pretty good. I think he's in the top 5. I mean, like when we can just scroll down here and I can show you. Oh, where is our boy? Bankshaw's right there. 4th place, still doing good, beating the hell out of that dock. I'm pretty sure Bankshaw, Chad are gone. They're done. They have to haul ass back. If I'm pretty sure they're both still actually down near the Chick area, they are probably now having to like haul butt back. Keith Poche can still have a lot of time to fish. Chaz Currington right now has 14 pounds. He needs a massive call. I don't know how much longer he can fish. Jared had his own thoughts on how much longer he can fish there. So it's pretty interesting. I don't know. We're going to take this down. We got one more break, guys. One more commercial break, and then I am done. I'm exhausted. I need to get some food. I need to edit some stuff for tomorrow's podcast episodes. I don't even know what episode I'm dropping. I think I got like 7 episodes in the queue right now that I'm going to be uploading. And then we got the BBT as well. So, and then definitely for tomorrow night on Monday Night Live, I'm going to have this guy right here in 10th place right now. His name is Chaz Currington. I'm going to have him on the show. Him and his fishing partner are going to go on the show tomorrow for Monday Night Live to talk about how he thought about his tournament and how everything went. And then I'll see if I can get the winner on. I usually don't really have the professional winners on my show. I don't know why. It just slowly became my shtick that I'm just more of a local guy or a person that's never been on a show before. But maybe I'll break from that. A lot of pros that I've had on just kind of like I don't know. They put a bad taste in my mouth. But maybe one of these guys will break it for me and show me that's good to go with that. Again, if you guys have been following along here, we have a tie right now, allegedly between Keith and Chad. You know, Keith is doing his pond thing, but as you can tell with the weights, Keith was at 23.15, 1602, 1204. He's been just bleeding to death slowly. And my gut has been telling me the whole time that there's something going on. Something just doesn't feel right with what Keith Poche is doing right now. I don't know. It just really was bothering me how he was just slow bleeding and he didn't have the energy, the chi, the whatever, the vibe today. Like something was just off with his spot and how he was fishing. And it wasn't like he caught a nice one and then, you know, one here, one there. It never felt like it was going and everyone else's bites were getting better. And then when you throw in that forward facing sonar was allowed to be played today, it was definitely going to be a thing. So we'll see what's going to happen here. And if anyone that's staying local has a chance to bring stuff back around.
One of Virginia's largest.
It's going to be interesting.
And miles of forest to roam.
And then, guys, as always, if you'd like to go support the show, check me out on Patreon. I mean, it's $6 a month, which is less than a pack of Cincos or like a jackpin or a chatterbait. And if you want to pay for the whole year, you get 10% off. It's only 65. It's under 65 bucks to do it. And you get a ton of great perks, and you help pay my mortgage, which is really helpful. I like to not be homeless, so if you want to go check it out. And then we got Tiger in the chat. Tiger, dude, Tiger
Beautiful
just
downtown Richmond
pledged
James
$6.
River. That's where it's all happened for us this week. Been a great time at Stop 5, presented by 7 Brew Coffee. James
Dude, thank
River.
you so much. He just pledged $6, just became a Patreon member. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. You helped pay my mortgage and help me to keep on doing this.
On the waters
let's
of
get
the
back to the
James
action
River.
here and see what's going on.
Keith Poche leading coming into the day. He and Chad Mrazek separated by ounces. Dustin Smith is right there with them. And here is Dustin Smith.
Got spiders crawling on us.
Dustin Smith was the runner-up to Mitchell Robinson this year at Lake Hartwell by 2 ounces. And Chad Mrazek was third in that event by about 2 pounds. So Smith and Mrazek ended up separated by a pound 14 ounces in second and third.
All right, guys, we just showed up to the giant hole here. I caught 3 really big ones today here in 3 casts. And every day this tree has just been pumping out some really big fish. And I've lost some, I've missed some, broke off some out of this tree, but we're hoping to get one more big one out of this. And if we could get, a 6-pounder or something, I would feel fantastic. I'd love to get into the, 22, 23-pound range. And we got that 3.5-pounder. I'd love to get rid of it. So 3.5-pounders are dang hard to get rid of, but this is a place where it can happen. So we're just going to fish this real slow. The actual tree that you can see is not where I've been catching them. It's been a lot of just scattered wood out in front of
I'm
it.
going to clap real quick,
And,
guys, just to sync up my
dragging
audio. So I'm sorry.
A rage bug around it. I'm about to try
Just
to
help me sync up my audio in post-production.
here too to see if I can convince another one to eat it. But we're just going to fish this real slow. This is the place that I feel like has the highest probability to catch a big one. So this is where we're going to fish.
So I think Jared said that he was
got
fishing
dang spiders crawling
far
on us 'cause we
away,
just came
like
through the
south
jungle.
of Appomattox, but if that's the case, it's 113. He's got to be, I think he's in the Appomattox. He's got to be close to the boat ramp if he's still fishing. Unless he's got a really late boat draw.
Real quiet. And when you find an area that's got big ones,
let me
usually
find out real
they're
quick
not
when the
alone.
weigh-in is. Hold on.
So I'd love to just get one more big bite here. So we're just going to fish it real slow and methodical, very quiet. I've been battling this deal.
Weigh-in
breaking
starts
off
at
fish
2:30,
flipping this year.
so
and I just don't know what's going on with it. It kind of just ruined my Pickwick tournament.
we
which
got
is
we got Tiger Crankbaits,
really put a big
painting
damper on
baits and
my,
watching you,
my
dude.
season
Thank you
so
so
far. It's the only
much.
cut that I haven't made.
I really, dude,
It's really
I
'cause it's
can't
just
thank you
breaking
enough.
off fish. So we're just hitting them with 65-pound braid today. We're just not messing around because I'm just scared to set the
And then
hook with fluorocarbon.
what I'm
right
going to be
now.
doing, guys, is I'm going to be re-uploading all of this stuff to Patreon, so you can listen to that ad-free and everything. Because I don't know if
What's so
YouTube's going to get
special
mad at
about
me
this
for doing this or whatever. So
tree
I'll
is
make
it's
sure all
right
these
on
live
a
streams are
deep
available for
bend,
Patreon members too.
and the
So
bottom here is
if
hard.
I don't get flagged for any copyright issues, I will keep it
I
up here on
feel my
YouTube,
weight
of
hit
course.
the bottom when I
If
cast in
I
there,
do,
so
this
it's
will
just
all be
like
on
a really
Patreon
good
as
spot.
well. And then tomorrow's
There's been
episode of
some gizzard shad
podcast
and
will
stuff
be
in here.
uploaded ad-free to Patreon.
This is kind of where I got my bites.
And we got about another
There's a
15 minutes, guys, and then I'm going to have to call it because I have got to pee and eat
Little
food.
ones have been just kind of tapping at it. Especially on the tide that we're on right now.
Again,
Like
yeah, thank you for everybody that signed up today for
zero
Patreon. I
tide
really
movement.
appreciate it.
So it's really, really hard to convince them to bite. And probably not ideal to throw a 65-pound braid right now, but I just have to.
Weigh-in is at 2:45. Thanks, Roy. I appreciate it. There you go. Weigh-in's at 2:45. So if he sticks to 6, guys, he wins, period. Hard stop, he wins.
There's just like a bunch of sticks and all just huge log jam down there. So you just kind of work your bait through there real slow, bouncing off stuff. Let it fall back. Let it work it real slow. There was another bite. Golly, there's so many fish in this spot, but they don't want to eat this. So I'm gonna try that big worm.
So you guys can tell that they're not switching camera angles up. My face is not there.
Golly, man.
You see how you guys can tell that she's not, they're not flipping camera angles? I'm pretty sure that means no one else is fishing. He's the only guy fishing.
That, and they're like 8 inches,
if that's
10
the case,
inches.
he's got to be fishing
Let's see if
close.
he'll eat this worm.
And that's the problem with these tidal water events too, in that sense. Like, you're going to have guys that make these long runs, which is going to cut down on your fishing time. Oh, never mind. Lane's still fishing.
Cal
Okay.
Lane back to the business of fishing.
Does Lane.
After an adventure.
Well, he looks
that lasted
thrilled.
about 30 minutes. Maybe cost him some
that power pole
much
trolling
needed
motor,
time.
it's
He
got a
still has
weird
only
ass
4
little, like,
fish
nubby
in the live
top.
well today for 8 pounds 15 ounces.
How you doing and what happened?
I'll be honest, I'm kind of shooken up. That freaked me out big time. I don't remember like what I said, I mean, it was nuts.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
like
Dunskies,
situations like that at all. I was like trapped. I thought we were stuck there for the rest of the day, and I can't get help. Like cameraman can't help me. Nobody can help me, and like we were stuck. I thought there was no way we were getting out, but I'm thankful that we did. I just really need to focus. That got me all jacked up, to be honest. I need to focus and
You found that log.
Try
About the log.
try to catch
But the
a
cameraman
fish.
did help you.
Yeah, the log I thought was going to help me pry the boat up and down, and it just didn't work. And I don't know why I didn't try it the first time. I just stood in the middle of the boat and grabbed the underside of the log and picked it up, and it went under. So I don't know. It freaked me out pretty bad.
Song, doesn't it?
Yeah, welcome to the jungle. But I had some good bites down the stretch in practice. I caught one yesterday throwing a plopper down it.
Cameraman did help you, though.
Had some bites flipping in here.
But I guess it's like how the cameraman helped him. I guess he didn't like physically push the tree. That is weird. Like he can't.
Right there.
What if you're drowning?
I'm very optimistic. I feel like you could pull up to any bank and catch 2 really big ones, or something crazy could always happen. You know, it can happen so fast. So we just really need to
Chaz
put our heads
Carrington's
down
still
and
in 10th
focus this
place.
last hour. And
Come on, Chaz. I want you to top 10.
yeah, craziness did already happen. For sure.
For all the people that say I don't cover the James River, I have given you so much James River content right now. It has been ridiculous.
About 6.5 pounds back.
Oh.
1 fish available to his 5 fish limit today, Cal Lane.
How far are you from the ramp?
We're about maybe 10 minutes from the ramp. We're not far at all. We're just gonna put our heads down and fish. I don't know what happened to the whole upriver deal, but it's just not.
Yeah, I mean, he could still make some magic happen, guys.
Not
it got
playing
slow,
out
man.
today.
It really
There
got
was-
slow. I'm going to pull that off. He's about 10 minutes from the ramp, he said. Come on, pull this off. So, guys, looking at Hopewell really is there. You can tell we're at absolute high tide right now. Interesting stuff. So he, in theory, still has some time. He still has some time to fish. Not a lot, but this is the slack tide. This is dead time right here. So it's weird. Like for a later day on the bite, this is the absolute worst time to fish, in my opinion. So I don't know. Guys, you've been liking the coverage so far. Please give me a thumbs up, like, and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out in the algorithm. As always, I think with Tiger that just joined us on Patreon. I think I got one Patreon spot left, and then I'm shutting down that tier.
Yeah.
It's only $6 a month, or it's under $65 for the whole year. You can pay the whole membership up front. Tons of benefits, tons of perks. 5% off all your orders at Jake's Bait and Tackle, whether it's online or in store. So many perks, and you help pay my mortgage, which is really nice because I don't want to be homeless. One more spot at the $6 a month or at the $65 a year, and then I'm going to be closing that membership and
Second top
grandfathering
10
them
of the
in,
year for Cal
and then I'll be
Lane,
opening it up
appears,
again
one way or the other.
with a higher rate for people that want to join. All right, let's take a look-see here.
We're
Done
back
with the
over to
stupid
Dustin
plug.
Smith. Still a chance to capitalize as well on Keith Poche's
My wife
difficult
keeps
day.
telling me I have to do that.
He and Chad Mrazek,
make sure we
identical weight totals coming into the day.
I also have
You would each
Starlink,
need
guys. It just came
close
in.
to
I'm going to be getting it on my
21
kayak and my
pounds,
boat,
about
so I'll be
20
giving you some
15
live
ounces.
coverage here soon as well.
To overtake what Poche has done so far. I can't imagine that Mrazek or Dustin Smith, either one, thought they had.
Let me
any
know in the
kind of a
comment section
chance.
down below as we're finishing
Even
up
with
here.
the 20-pound
Who
day,
do
you
you
probably
think is
figured
going to
that
win?
Poche's gonna catch
Is
at
it
least
going to be
14
Keith
or
Poche?
15,
Is it going to be
but he hasn't
Chad? Is it going to be
done that. And
Dustin
that would have meant
Smith?
that, they would need 24 pounds, but that's not the case. Dustin Smith close, does not know that he is within 1 pound of taking the lead. Hot day on the James River. Bring in the firemen at Stop 5 presented by 7 Brew Coffee, James River.
The only issue I have with the way usually Fishery does is you can't click on them and see the average of each fish, see what their smallest fish is right now. I don't know. Interesting. We got Dan on here. If y'all want a badass boat build, Matt Downs is watching. Look up Trick 10's official John Boat Builds. Absolutely, go look up Trick 10's. Absolutely, go look him up. I'm actually talking to Mr. Downs about getting my Ranger boat brought into him to get some work done. I know he's really backlogged with a ton of work, but he makes the best builds in the United States of America. Go check him out. If the president had a boat, he would probably send it to Matt Downs to get some work done. I'm thinking, guys. Okay, let's see. We got Keith. We got Tiger Crankbaits. We got Keith. We got Keith Poche. We got the Poche. I'm gonna say I think it's Chaz. I think it's Chad. That last fish Chad caught was an absolute monster. Again, guys, go check out Tiger Crankbaits. They make some amazing stuff. Here's one of my baits I've gotten actually from Tiger Crankbaits. They do a great paint job. They make baits, but they also will paint anything you have. So if you have an all balsa bait that you love, that your dad got you, that you kill it on, you can send them the bait and they will paint it any way you want it. So great service they have. Link in the episode description to Tiger Crankbaits as well. You can go check them out, guys. We have over 80 people watching right now. Awesome stuff. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it, guys, for everyone that's been watching and supporting the channel. This has been a lot of fun to live stream some tournaments and doing some React videos. I felt comfortable doing it for the James because this is in our backyard. We have the Potomac next weekend, so with the BBT, I will be doing some more live streaming of that event and doing some reaction as well. As we're kind of finishing up here, weigh-in starts at 2:45, so we're about an hour away. We have Keith Poche with 52 pounds, Ty with Chad with about 52 pounds the same. And then Dustin Smith got a little bit more time. Allegedly, he's 12 pounds behind. Bank Shaw, who just jumped up there, he's a pound behind. These weights could be off too. That is why we have the weigh-in. So let us see what's going to go down with this whole shindig here. I'm going to be impressed here. So we got about Yeah, we got about 8 more minutes that I'm going to be live for, and then we're going to be shutting this thing down. I got 8 more minutes. So hopefully we get back from commercial break. I want to watch a fish catch here and to see if we actually finish up here. And then I'm going to go get some food because I am starving. We got Ang that says, gotta go. Thanks for doing consistent good work on the channel. Time. Respect to those anglers on the water today in the extreme heat. Ang, thank you so much, boss, for listening in. That's the wrong one. Whoops, sorry. Well, that's some gay music. Yeah, I'm never going to use that button again. Sorry, Yang. I was going to say, thank you so much for listening in, boss. I really, really appreciate it. And thanks for helping me out on Patreon, too. It's really helps me keep the lights on. All right, let's finish up here, guys. We are back live.
County Parks and Recreation. Amongst those who have been our kind hosts this
Appreciate
week,
the live coverage, dude. You are
total
welcome.
event payout could reach $478,000. And Cal Lane bidding for a big piece of that this week. Going to be his second top 10
I really
on the
hate when they do that.
Invitationals
Like,
Trail
oh,
in
it'll reach $7 billion.
2025.
It's like,
He
yeah,
had two
but
top
when you
10s
break
last
that down,
year.
everyone wins like 6
Just his
cents.
5th year as
You
a
know,
professional.
Just be
he
real.
did
It's not
fish
that
in
much.
2022
okay.
here.
The winner
Didn't
wins
have a great event,
80,000 or
but
whatever.
really
and
learned
this is
from
what
it.
pays
Trying
out.
to,
Just like,
man. That freaked me out. I'm not
such a marketing ploy.
Not a fan of stuff like that, honestly. Like, I'm cool with like getting up in sneaky little places, but like I legit, like I thought we were done. I thought,
did it really freak you
we
out?
were stuck there till end of time, or end of the day at least, till the tide changed, and it. I don't know. It scared
End
the
of
crap
time.
out of me. Just
Settle, boy,
being
settle.
honest.
What did the transfer boat guy who's local tell you?
Yeah, the local. He said you had about 5 more minutes, or if you would have been in there for 5 more minutes, you weren't getting out. It just amazed me how fast it came. I literally went in there and made maybe 15 casts, and then we were like, it wasn't too bad getting in there, honestly. I just pushed on it one time, and we were in there. Getting out, completely different story.
Yeah.
Two good days on the James River.
I've gotten hung up
Not
more than I
super
ever have in my
common.
life today.
In more ways than one.
And he said junk fishing. That's what he's been doing. Just trying everything
Take a
he
minute.
can.
Take a deep breath. Drink some water, dude.
But it's still shocking he doesn't have a 5-fish limit yet. Equally surprising, Keith Poche has just 12 pounds today. Barely half of what he had on opening day when he caught 24 pounds.
Can he do something here, guys? He catches 1 fish. Dude, he's got a cool ass boat. I'll keep saying that. He's got a cool boat.
The other thing is, that area that's been so
all
good to
the-
him, Rob, it's
look
not
at all
just
the herring
this event,
in front of
but
him.
multiple events he's fished on the James River.
What do you think? I was fishing up the river. I had some bites on these little rock wing down little jetty things. Caught a big one, a little bit farther up the river, but I just thought I'd stop here. Maybe all probably got fish on. I'm just getting them to bite. I don't know, man. I need to. I don't know. I feel like I need a good
If
one.
he loses, is that a big fumble on his part? Let's say Chad wins. If Chad wins the tournament, would you say Chad won or would you say Keith Poche lost? Honestly, I would say Chad didn't win it. Keith Poche lost it.
If it's meant to be, it'll happen. That's all I can say.
I do agree with it if it's meant to be to happen. We got Roy here that says he probably doesn't need a very big one for an upgrade. Dan says absolutely, yeah. So guys, I think the The thought right now is, if
You
Chad,
can tell Keith knows how
Chad
close
is not gonna,
this
if
thing
Chad's not going to be the winner,
Yeah, if he was just doing the
Poche
math,
is going to like lose it.
he would
And
have
I kinda agree
figured
with that.
Bank Shaw
Didn't say it as eloquently that
and
time. That's a
Cal
hell of a cast,
Lane
dude. That was
would be
a good
those
cast. God
chasing him down. I don't think he figured it would be Mrazek and Dustin Smith, both from 9
Also got a
pounds
bad
back.
tide now, guys. Remember that. It's absolutely slack
Because,
tide where he's at.
You know, in addition to Cal Lane having a tough day, this you would absolutely categorize it as a tough day for Bank Shaw, Rob. I mean, he caught 19-2
I'm going
with
on
his
4.5
facing
hours
Sonar
of
opening
standing
day.
here talking
And he's
fishing,
4
and I love
pounds
it.
below that with it today.
I think Chaz has done a lot better than we think because he hasn't.
Keith Poche,
He had a big
Chad
upgrade about
Mrazek,
3 hours ago, and he hasn't done
close
anything
to
since.
call. Dustin Smith, right in the thick of things. Bank Shaw, maybe a pound
Poche
back.
has an hour to get it done. He
We
needs
are
to play
a long
his
way
cards
from
right.
sorting this one out at the Tackle Warehouse Invitational Stop 5, James River.
I agree with that.
They're a little smaller than the typical size.
All
They
right,
fit
guys.
perfect in
So
this little
just
boat.
like they do all the time on Bassmaster Live, and they also do with the Tackle Warehouse stuff. All good things must come to an end, and I apologize. I have got to go to the bathroom. I got to get some food in me. I've been standing here talking fishing, which I absolutely adore. I have the greatest job in the world for over 4 hours. I have some video editing to do because, as you guys know, I have like 8 episodes of the Fishing the DMV podcast that are pre-recorded. They will be uploaded. The first one will be uploaded tomorrow morning, and it will be available on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, and iHeartRadio. Then we will have Monday Night Live on YouTube tomorrow night, Monday night, with the guy that's in the top 10 right now, Chaz Curtin, who is in, I believe, 10th place right now. He will be on the show, I believe, with his partner too, to talk about his tournament on the James River. That episode will be re-uploaded Tuesday morning to Apple, Spotify, and iHeartRadio. And then I will also have a ton of other episodes dropping. And of course, we have the BBT on the Potomac River, my home water, and you bet your ass I will be live streaming that one as well, bringing you coverage when that thing starts Thursday morning. So go check that out. So many cool things. Please, if you could, like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out in the algorithm. If it wasn't for you guys, none of this would be possible. And again, I will say this again to all my Patreon supporters, the people that support me on Patreon. As you guys know, sponsorship in fishing, getting true sponsors does not happen. All people that sponsor just want to give you a pack of worms. And I'm like, hey, a pack of worms does not literally pay my mortgage. I got laid off my government job. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart, all of my Patreon supporters. Quite literally, the only reason I can pay my mortgage while I look for a new job is because of you guys. So from the bottom of my heart, I know and I value what you give and your time, your effort, and your money to this channel. If it wasn't for you guys, none of this would be possible. Good luck out there, and I will see you next time on Fishing the DMV. Bye. You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host,